My bag is heavy. Not just weight heavy, but end of shift heavy chart printouts, a sweater I didn't need, half a sandwich wrapped back around itself, stethoscope coiled and jammed wherever it would go. The lanyard kisses the back of my neck as I push through the employee exit. It's colder outside than in the stairwell. Air from the ramp has a damp bite, concrete and exhaust and the faint winter green of coolant. My heels ring on the concrete, a clean click that ricochets between pillars and the low ceiling. The fluorescent strips buzz even when they look still. Light breaks into broken islands under each fixture. A car idles in a corner with its lights off. The way the sound spreads makes it hard to tell where it's coming from, but the exhaust is slow and visible, a white ribbon that dissolves and reforms like breath. I check the time on my phone before the door swings shut behind me. 11:47 p.m., and the little rectangle of warm stairwell light gets swallowed by the dark. I walk. I keep my keys in my hand because that's what everyone tells you to do. Though I've never known what to do with the keys if someone actually grabs your arm. The rounded head of the key digs into my palm anyway, a comfort because it hurts. The bottom level of my bag thumps against my hip every third step. The floor is dusted with salt, old traction streaks that flash when my heel catches them. My own footfalls are crisp. Somewhere nearby I hear another pair just a half beat behind. I stop. The other steps stop. I turn, slow at first, then fast, expecting to catch motion before it knows I'm looking. There's no one there, just columns painted with big green 3C, green arrows pointing to up and exit and pay here in a tone that assumes you're calm and literate. The idling car breathes again, a low cough under the fluorescent hum. In the far corner, the dark rectangle of a convex mirror shows a fisheye slice of the ramp and a long smear that is me. I tell myself it's echo, the kind of disorienting echo that the ramp does so well, where one cough can sound like six and one voice like two arguing. But echo doesn't have a personality. It doesn't anticipate my pace. I take 2 steps. The other 2 follow. The second landing just after mine like someone learning a dance from watching. Stop, stop. The corners behind me feel populated, even when I test myself and sweep my eyes and understand that I am alone. I reach for my badge to show myself I can, out of habit, and the plastic square is cold when I brush it. I text Murray, off? On nights when the floors run over and the clamp of the day refuses to let go, we send each other trinket messages in the hallway before the exit pictures of stress meals. A cartoon of a cat with its heart outside its body. Mari says, my brain is tapioca, go home. Did you ever get orange peel out of 502's sink? I tell her I did. I tell her I'm in the ramp. A bubble starts, does 2 dots, then stalls. I pass the call box with the blue light overhead. It's set at a height like you'd push it with your elbow if both hands were full. The light makes my skin look fish belly pale. I rest my fingers on the button and don't press. I can hear my own heart in the muscles of my neck when I turn my head to check behind. The car idling in the corner is a dark sedan that could belong to anyone. The windows are fogged from the inside. The hospital permit is laminated and faded to a tan that used to be white. There's no one visible in the driver's seat. The interior light isn't on. I tell myself someone ran inside to grab something, left it running because it's cold. But I know how people are in December. They lock. They hit remote start. They walk like they're being watched and don't want to show it. I angle my path away from the idling car anyway and feel childish for doing it. When I get parallel with it, my own chest tightens. The fog on the window shifts. A shape moves inside. A hand maybe, making a small clearing on the glass with the meat of the thumb. My neck prickles like a warning. I don't want to look at what will become visible inside the cleared circle. I keep going. There is a domed camera housing the size of a dinner plate near the ceiling. It reflects little pellets of the world back at me. I'm a gray, busy bug moving across glossy concrete. I like cameras because they are supposed to be proof of things. I pass under it and imagine a security guard watching me and yawning, the cursor blinking in an empty incident report. Woman with a heavy bag, learning to hear things that aren't there. The extra footsteps pick up again as I move under a blossomed light. We're in sync the way you get in sync with someone walking beside you who doesn't know you're doing it on purpose. When I stop this time, the other land one more, like someone who didn't get the memo. Then they stop too. I hold my breath. A goose, irrational and hollow and enormous, beats its wings inside my chest. You're tired. That's all. You had 2 codes tonight and one of them worked, and that's supposed to feel like a win, and sometimes it doesn't. Judah in 6E tapped the bed rail when the pain rose, the quick, impatient 3-tap like someone knocking on a bathroom door. Tap, 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 then he'd go quiet and look at the ceiling in a way that isn't looking at all. That tapping is in my body now. It plays across the bones of my fingers when I touch anything cold. I hear it in the click of my heel on thin oil. I pull up voice memos because I'm ridiculous and because proof-making is comforting. I hit record and the red bar slouches to the right. I walk, counting with my mouth closed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The other steps fizzle into the fabric between mine. When I stop and press play, there's a hitch at the end. A short breath and a rubbery squeak like a shoe does when someone's toe drags. It's nothing. It's something. My own breath stutters in answer. My car is on level C, row D, the one with the faded mural of geese taking off from a marsh, and a little sign under it that says, "Enjoy your day," which is a funny thing to put up in an environment that is mostly either before or after the part where enjoyment might happen. I don't think of the potential hazard, like I should. I don't think, maybe park closer under the camera or maybe ask for an escort. I think of how my bed will feel like a verb when I get there. I think of boxed macaroni with the powder melted wrong. A clump of salt pops under my heel, a pretty popping sound I would record and send to someone if I were the kind of person who thought to record things that aren't voices. I slow down because I want to. I stop the way a deer stops halfway through a step, the heel prepped but not down. There it is, the lagging step, a beat behind, precise because it's wrong. Stop. Stop. My name comes from behind, in a tone like someone quietly warning you your coat has fallen open. It could be the ramp swallowing other consonants and spitting out the remains. It could be memory transposed onto electricity. The overhead page at 3:07, the whisper at a bedside when a wife thinks saying it out loud will break something. I turn. There's a shape a column down. A suggestion of shoulder and the soft slice of a face not square on. It could be a shadow because other shadows are along there too, and nothing casts a perfect outline. It retreats even as I try to make it into something, like forms that live on the inside of your eyelids when you look at the sun too long. It's nothing. It's nothing. That's how you make the world manageable again. Inside language. I'm exactly halfway between the employee exit and my car. The idling sedan coughs up another string of white. The windows of my car are dark and throw back a dim version of me. The parking permit curls a little at its corner where the sun got to it last June. I'm tired enough to be superstitious, not about the dead. I'm not an idiot, but about patterns. I step carefully so that my left foot lands on the lighter stipple and my right on the darker. I avoid the little brown flake that could be leaf or paint or something else. A gust of warmer air slides along my legs, and there is the brief, private feeling that something is passing close enough to move my skirt. The hair on my arms responds like it got separate glands. I consider that maybe the ramp doors somewhere opening made that eddy. I allow it, because I need a cause. A small sound goes right behind me, so soft that if I hadn't held my breath again, it would be nothing. Leather on grit, the shift of a bag against fabric. I turn so fast my shoulder pulls. Columns, arrows, cameras. My own face in my own car window. A suggestion of eyes cut into a shiny black. The idling car's window clears like it is being licked. A circle the size of a dinner plate goes transparent. It shows the empty passenger seat, a dashboard with dust along the vent slats. No driver, no pile of anything on the seat, no movement. I aim myself at my car and feel something in me harden to get it done. My key fob bleats the car's chirp and the lights flash, a quick shrug saying, "Yes, I hear you." My hand shakes enough that I have to correct once before the key goes in. The door sticks because it always sticks. The seals pull like taffy. I get in, bag first, knee second, and haul the door in with the strap of my bag slung across my lap, a seatbelt used wrong. The thunk of the door sounds private, like closing a diary. Inside the car, the ramp noise is a muffled soup. I lock the doors. It's an ancient click. It reassures because it makes a sound. The dome light turns me into something with shallow bones. I wait for the feathers to stop thrashing under my ribs. I breathe and watch the windows film over with my own breath. I start the engine. The dash light comes up and the radio, which I always leave on too loud to drown things out, pops into a commercial about insulation. I turn it off because sound is too big right now. The extra footsteps continue and then they don't, because I'm in the car and there is no logic for that sound anymore. So there is another sound. A tap on the rear glass, sharply controlled, 3 in quick succession. Not hard, not a fist. An ask. Tap, tap, tap. I freeze. Light, as it always does when you are panicking, becomes mean and specific. The rear view shows the back seat blacker than black. When I turn my head, nothing moves in that black. The tap comes again, more tentative now, as if whoever is tapping is listening to my breath and trying to time their ask for when I am not expecting it. 1,000 tiny possible explanations line up in a fractured parade. A dropped something and a rat. A kid messing around. A tree branch. There are no trees in a concrete ramp. There's the idling car, though. There's a driver who will come around the back of my car now as a joke. Lean to see if my rear wiper is stuck. I catch my mouth saying, "No!" A raw whisper, like saying it changes the sound. Something runs along the side of my car. Not a run. A slide, as if a hand laid flat and moved forward. It makes a plastic shushing sound against the door, like a hospital curtain being pulled. And I have to close my eyes because without sight, I can pretend that it's the engine humming at a frequency that catches something loose. I count to 5. The shush stops. The idling car chokes out a cough of exhaust that smells like pennies. I think to horn. I do, a little half horn that is so apologetic I hate myself for it. The sound is ugly in the concrete, a carnival thing, and I put my palm on it and lean so it wails. It sounds like it's coming from a distance as well as from me. It shreds then comes back because that is how the ramp plays with sound. I let go and the horn stops, and then there's that single smallest tap on the back window, like a cherry stone flicked off a table. It lands so on the beat with my heart, I want to laugh. My phone lights up on the passenger seat. The screen shows security, the number for the desk that connects to the man with the shaving cut on his jaw who walked me out once when the power was out on the south side. I don't remember calling them, but I pick up. The voice is a woman's. It's badly filtered, so there's a feeling of someone talking through a scarf right against my ear. Security. I'm in the ramp, I say. I hear my own voice, too high, too contained. I think there's somebody out here, on 3C, near the... I look, have to invent a landmark that a stranger could understand. Near the geese mural. There's a little pause like she might be checking a monitor. "Okay, I'm seeing you," she says. "You are?" I look up at the camera dome automatically. "I'm seeing your car." Another small beat. "I can send an escort," she says. Tap. It lands so lightly that now I wonder if it is from inside the glass. "Please," I say. "There's an officer on level 2. He'll take the elevator." I don't want the elevator, I say, because elevators in the ramp make you a box someone else gets to hold shut. There's a stairwell by the employee exit. Can he... I stop because speaking feels like calling to a thing in the dark to show it where you are. The woman doesn't answer right away. The phone makes a sound like breath, and for a second I think it could be my breath bouncing back. It isn't. It's measured. It's ranged apart like someone walking. Behind me, an actual breath fogs the glass. That's how close the shape must be. Not a fog blown out across the whole window, not a smudge. One rounded place. It clears a little circle with its breath, then goes quiet, like I went quiet. I look. The circle hangs there like a new moon. The woman in my ear says, "Just stay in your vehicle, ma'am. Doors locked? Okay," and drops out like the floor. The circle on the glass doesn't fog again. A fingertip comes from the other side and writes slowly through the cleared part. It leaves a greasy track. Block capitals. I strain to read them backward. It takes a second for my brain to flip the letters into sense. Don't go down. The tip of the finger trails a flourish off the N. The softest tap follows on the glass. Like a punctuation, I breathe into the cold. I wipe my palm across the front of my face because I feel something on my skin, although there's nothing on my skin. Security's voice comes back after that small hiatus. Different timbre now, like the mic has been passed. Male. Breathing room tone with it. "Ma'am, I've got Officer Grady on his way up. He's on level 2 taking the stairwell. Stay where you are." I hear in the background the little click of a radio being depressed and released. Officer Grady says something like 10-4, but it smears into the static and the ache in my back from the way I'm holding myself. I say to the glass because I have to do something. Okay. The afterword is all I hear. Okay. The urge to flee is a live animal. It jumps inside my ribs, lands on the brake and the gas at the same time. My car is warm now from the engine block, and my fingers start to sting as they defrost. I reach for the gear shift and hold it without moving. I think of the sign painted on the column by the exit arrow. Right lane down to exit. The word down is suddenly a trapdoor. I think of don't go down. The idling car stops idling. It's so sudden the absence makes me dizzy. The ramp breathes a longer breath. The lights buzz. Somewhere off, a can rolls, clacking as it hits a small slope. I put the car in reverse because staying feels like waiting for something to make a decision for me. My backup cam shows angled white lines and a smudged version of the geese on the wall. The circle of writing on my rear window is a pale halo in the top right of the screen. There's no shape there. There's nothing but paint and dust and a painter's careless hand crossing once into the green border, a little flaw I never noticed before. I move back and the little factory bleep in the car warns for no reason. The low field of view sways. The columns glide. I land the car straight and put it into drive and make the choice no one warned me against. I follow the arrow pointing up. Not down. Up. It feels like moving toward air. The ramp spiral to level 4 is a slow snake, and I resist the urge to floor it because my car would swing and say anything about me that I don't want a camera to catch. The closed hospital windows across from me reflect my headlights like eyes. The glass is black and dead. No one is standing there to put a hand up and wave. A friendly square of light in the horror movie at the very last frame. My phone lights up. "Mari, you okay? They had fireworks in the park. Sounded like gunshots. Gross. You out?" "Yes, I am out." "Not really." I am on level 4 now, where the paint is blue instead of green and the sign says level 4. This way with more confidence than anything else has tonight. The up-ramp is blocked by orange cones. A laminated paper flaps under one, printed with a font I hate. "Maintenance, please use alternate route." The alternate route is down. I stop in the middle of the lane and read the word down on the paint. It looks like a mouth opening. I sit. I could park on level 4 and walk back down toward the exit I came from, wait for Officer Grady to find me. I could blow past the cones, go wrong way up and hope no one is coming down. I could call 911 and get put in a queue with overdoses and chest pains and traffic stops that turned into something else. I could leave the car and run into the hospital, where the light is always on and the air has rules. In the rear view, the circle of letters on my rear window is softened. The greasy track of the finger held onto itself longer than breath holds. My name floats up from somewhere unhelpful. The shape at the column on level 3 isn't in the rear view. That should mean something. It doesn't. There's a sense of something that is the opposite of heat behind me, and I decide that's a trick I'm allowing. I put my car in park and listen to it idle, aware that my existence is now just choices about movement and not meaningful work, and that there is relief in that. Then, I switch back into drive and take the down ramp because the cones felt like permission to do something and I don't want to do nothing. Unspooling from level 4 back to level 3, then to level 2, I pass a person. They are standing in the void behind a column, not close to the lane. A small notch in the air where no light sticks. The movement is minimal, a head turning enough that I see a cheekbone. They are in gray, the shadow color that the ramp wallpaper uses when nothing is trying to be noticed. I don't stop. I drive past and my hands get damp. I have learned in other parts of my life that if something wants to be noticed, it will step into the light. If it stays just out of it, I should let it. Halfway down to the exit, the gate arm flashes red at me over and over. Card read error. The reader head is at an angle like it was bumped. The intercom is set too low, like most of us who worked here were taller when they built it. I roll the window down anyway and cold air slams into my teeth. The intercom plate makes a tinnitus ping when I press it. The voice that comes back is the woman again. Security. The exit isn't reading, I say. I hear the wind in the intercom pick up a word that is not exit. It sounds like a breath dropped through a flute. The words don't want to line in a row. I see you, she says. Hold on, I'll lift it. Behind me, a car enters the spiral 2 levels up. I can tell by the change in hum, a pitch I know because I have spent my life noticing small pitches in things. I look in my side mirror and see headlights flood and angle and then turn away. They are not the idling cars. These are too high, too clean. I imagine Officer Grady in a white golf cart because that's what they use on daytime shifts to move a child with a cast around the ramp, to jump a battery, to bring you a little paper envelope when you spill your clutch of keys deep in the drain. The gate arm raises with a simulacrum of politeness. Go ahead, it says, in a tone I only hear because I gave it that body. I pull forward. A shape blinks in the corner of the passenger window. I almost don't look. When I do, it's only the reflected geese that look like they are peeling themselves off their painted marsh. I tell myself people invent things in reflective surfaces all the time. I tell myself the city exists because of reflection, and how much we agree to believe it. The ramp down to the street is tighter and the concrete darker. The open air beyond smells like snow and cigarettes. The night outside rearranges itself when my headlights hit it brick and fence and embeds of old chewing gum and the hospital's garbage truck yawning. I breathe as if getting to the mouth of the ramp means there is air here that there wasn't inside. I reach for my turn signal and realize my hand is shaking like I always think only people in movies do. There's a person standing at the bottom of the exit, right at the edge where the driveway meets the road. He's thin in the way security guards can be when they are young and not yet softened into bodies built for sitting in chairs. He has a cap tilted back and a jacket with a logo made from squares. He holds his palm up, stopping me with no gesture beyond that. He is backlit by the Amber City light, so everything about him is negative. I stop. He leans forward enough to see in my window, and I lean too because that is human. The window fogs where our breath meets in the middle. Don't go down, he says, diction a little too careful, like someone reading from a script and hoping for the right emphasis. We're sweeping levels 1 and 2. There was a call. I look at his jacket, at the logo that is almost but not quite ours. The squares are turned wrong. I know our crest because I pin it into children's blankets when their mother wants to take something home that smells like plastic and bravery. Our crest always has the left top square darker than the right. His is flipped. That seems either significant or the sort of detail you only notice because your brain is a raccoon now, and everything shiny is a god. What call? I ask. My voice is wrong again, too soft. He puts both arms up now, palms out like he's containing air. A woman heard footsteps, he says. She called about a man in the ramp. There's a part of me that recognizes theater. I look at the curve of his mouth when he says, woman, the tiny crest of control when he says man. I don't see a radio on his hip. I don't see a badge. The cap could be anyone's. It could be mine if it came off the free table last week like half my kitchen. Behind us, the gated arm drops. The intercom pings and I hear security in the little metal speaker. My voice ghosted back in that exact cadence, caught by the mic and served up like proof. I don't remember talking to them anymore. It feels like something I watched somebody else do, a movie I nodded along with. The guy lowers his hands and bends in, and I see, for just a second, his eyes are wrong for a person stopping cars in a neighborhood in this month. They are blank and unframed like a hallway. He says, "We'll escort you back to the lobby. It's safer up." The word up hits my belly wherever down was living. Somewhere back in the ramp, shoes touch concrete in measured steps, a pattern that isn't random. I hear the commas in it. Tap, tap, tap. I put the car in park because I want to take the keys out and hold them and feel distinct. I kill the engine because I want that silence where I can hear only what chooses to be heard. The idling car 2 corners back has not come back on. The hospital breathes. The guard, or the man wearing a guard, leans another fraction closer to the window, as if he can fill the space my sound made. "Ma'am," he says almost kindly, "come back up." Something moves in my back seat. It's not much, not a rustle, not a weight settling. It is absence shifting. The cabin gets colder by a degree that isn't measurable by anything but skin. There is that wordless stir of being in a room with someone at night when only one of you is awake. I turn my head without wanting to. The dome light is off because I didn't open a door. I look, and my eyes make shapes out of the darkness they are offered. Some of those shapes look like knees drawn up, someone hiding to reduce the surface area they occupy. Somebody who forgot to make themselves invisible. I put the car back in drive like I am practicing. Like kids in driver's ed, because practice is how reality happens, and otherwise it's just wish. I drive forward because forward is where the world is, whatever world it is. The man steps aside exactly enough, careful hands still up. I see the side of his jacket with the wrong squares, a dark net of threads where the logo had been once and was pulled off again, a faint rectangular ghost on the nylon. His face is young and old and not particular. He watches me with a tolerance that isn't interest. Behind him, the sidewalk looks like any other. A bus sighs out on the main street. Farther out, teenage laughter cracks and flares and dies. I roll the window up as the car passes him. I don't look at his eyes the second time because I'm afraid they'll look like someone I know. At the line where the ramp becomes road, my tires pass over a seam and the car dips like a head. The countdown crosswalk hisses 3, 2, 1 from its own internal throat. The back of my neck feels like it's watching TV. I turn right because that's how I always go. Into the dark, that is the good dark. The dark with other lights in it. I'm 3 blocks away when Mari texts again. The phone glows on the passenger seat like a thing from underwater. Ugh. Just saw your text. You okay? I look down at the screen only long enough to read it. I don't answer. I don't think exactly. I glance in the rear view, habit not hunger. The back seat holds itself like a promise. I can't tell which of us it belongs to. The hospital becomes a reflection, a box of lit rectangles shrinking behind me. I feel the urge to go toward any other box of light, even the gas station with the boards in the window. I roll through a yellow that wants to be red and stop at the next, because a body needs to keep some rules or it forgets how. Across the street, a woman in scrubs stands smoking in the doorway of a laundromat. She draws into the smoke like she's trying to pull an anchor up from inside. The walk light blinks the little man, then the numbers. 15, 14. I hear footsteps behind me as if I left the window down and let the ramp stick to me. They are unhurried. They are matched. They stop when I brake. They wait when I look. I put my hand over my badge like it could warm the spot it has chilled. I press it flat into my clavicle as if I can pin myself back into my own outline. I pull into my street. It is narrow and seems to breathe away from the car so I can slide in. I park under the bare tree because that's where the last space is. The street light above has a ring of gnats haloed in it even now, in cold, which makes no sense. I kill the engine and sit a full minute because I understand that the minute after the engine dies tells you what kind of house you're going into. The minute is not empty. In that minute, sound makes a choice. It does not leave. From the back seat there is an intake of breath that isn't mine. It's the first sound it has made that is not the absence making. It is sick and small, like someone about to say sorry. My heart goes somewhere else. An elevator dropping and the cord cut. I don't look. I sit with my hand on the keys. The street light buzzes, and from the park behind the houses, a kid yells a story he doesn't want to end. My phone buzzes again and again, headlines stacking from the hospital internal app. Security notice. Temporary closure of ramp levels 1-2 due to police activity. Await escort for vehicle retrieval. I think don't go down, and the words belong to more than one thing. I think any more of this and I'll make it huge. The kind of story that takes up a room where people used to sit. I open the door because I know that sometimes the smaller decision is the only one you can make. The cold puts a hand on my face the way a mother would if she were kind. I step out. Bag strap against my neck, the lanyard making its small glass bead contact with skin. I lock the car because habit is stronger than fear. The dome light fades on a timer and paints the car's roof with pale.
The sound in the back seat does not follow me. It tap-tap-taps once inside the car, 3 light notes like someone who doesn't want to wake anyone. It stops when I stop on the sidewalk. It has learned my meter. I stand for a second and let the cold press the top layer of me down under a new sheet of air. The downstairs neighbor's TV laughs and repeats itself. The upstairs cat lands badly and preserves its dignity by licking its side. I hold my bag like a shield, like ritual. From inside the car, the tapping repeats. Shy, on time. I go up. I go inside. I close my door, the one I paid to have rehung because it never latched right. My finger finds the chain by habit and sets it, and I listen to that small sound of limit. The radiator ticks. I'm inside the square of light where you take your shoes off and decide if you'll break the day into sections. I lean my head against the wood and hear nothing but wood and my own blood. I look at my phone. Mari again. Want me to call you while you walk in? You there? Answer me. I type and delete twice. The official security email comes through with a timestamp a minute ahead of now. Incident. Report of suspicious person on level B. Officers responded. No contact made. Patrol continuing. Employees advised to await escort. Level B. We don't have a level B. We call it 3C and 4B and 2A because the ramp was built in parts with 2 different contractors and none of the maps are the same. Somewhere in the language is an answer I'm not ready for. I move around my apartment in a small circle because that's what my body knows to do. I set the bag down and it thuds in a way that makes the cats below object through the ceiling. I go to the window and look out at my own car under the streetlight. The rear window is dark. There are no circles written there. Nobody moves in the metal or the reflection or the slick. A man walks his dog and the dog pees in the snow, steam rising like television. The man tips his head like he heard something. He looks toward my building. He keeps walking. I leave the shades open because the darkness against my glass feels more honest if I can see it. I leave the kitchen light off because I want to be able to see out. I go to the sink and wash my hands because I feel the ramp in my skin. The water runs, and then I turn it off, and the silence that replaces it is heavy and aware. There's a soft sound in the hall outside my apartment door. It could be the neighbors. It could be pipes. It could be anything I am used to. It comes in my rhythm anyway, a step when I step, a stop when I stop. I press my palm to the door and feel nothing. The lanyard still around my neck taps once against my collarbone, the smallest, most domestic sound in the world. I think of the circle written in grease and breath. I think of the wrong jacket. I think of tapping that is not a person's finger but is a person's want. I think of not going down and still going down in the thin line between a warning and a dare. I stand there and breathe and listen. Somewhere in the building, a faucet, the elevation of an elevator, a late laugh, a phone vibrating on a hard table. My hand stays on the wood as if the door and I are taking each other's pulse. In the gap at the bottom of the door, shadow moves. It isn't a shape. It's a suggestion passing. It stops when I hold my breath. It stops when I turn my head to listen better. We both wait. I don't know how long. There's nothing to measure it against here. In a place without clocks, the only time is in your body. I don't know if it's going to end tonight. I don't know if it follows only through concrete and the hospital smells and the damp breath of a ramp. I don't know if it came home with me and is sitting now on my back seat smiling into the streetlight. I only know that when I walk, I hear it. When I stop, it stops. When I look, it hides. When I close my eyes, it writes things I can't stop reading on the thin glass that quantities light from dark. I add that to the list of things I know, which is not long and not trustworthy. I wait until the building breathes the way it always does at midnight. I wait until my heart remembers what quiet is. The sound in the hall shifts away like someone who didn't figure out how to ring the right doorbell. I count to 5 to see if the taps come. I count to 10. I hold the knob because it is cold and promises nothing. I sit on the floor with my back against the door and listen to the city and think, if something has learned me, it will unlearn me. If it hasn't, I'll learn it back. We stop together. We start together. Somewhere in that matching is the shape of the rest of the night. I wait to see who takes the next step first.
The wind has teeth up here. It threads through the metal louvers of the stair tower and makes a note that isn't exactly a whistle, more like someone breathing through their front teeth. It changes pitch when you move, finding new gaps, making a different sound out of the same air. My breath fogs behind the mask I've worn too long, cotton gone damp around my mouth. Everything smells like jet fuel and wet brake pads and that sterilized citrus they pipe through the terminal, a scent that never smells like any fruit I've ever eaten. I push the door open with my hip, because both hands are full carry-on handle clenched in one, paper cup of something that used to be hot in the other. The stairwell door shudders and hits the rubber stop, and the noise skitters down the concrete flights the way a dropped quarter does. The thin glass window in the door offers me an oblong piece of the long-term lot beyond it. A flat plain of cars hooded in frost, the black strips of the shuttle lanes, the bus that wasn't there when I came out. It's past midnight. The airport has a way of doing that to time. You go in when it's afternoon and come out into a different day like the sky changed its mind while you were looking the other way. Level 4 is stenciled big on the cinder block in a blue that an airline would choose for uniforms. A map with "You Are Here" burned into it in flaking white points in 3 directions. To the Skybridge elevators, to Stairs A, to Stairs C. This is Stair B, which, according to the map, does not exist. Somebody's written a note under it in ballpoint. B is the windy one. I let the door close so it doesn't bang and set off whatever alarms live in these doors. The elevator bay is behind me to the right. A rectangular opening with stainless steel doors and a tiny bulletin board with a PSA half peeled at the corner. The elevator lights throw a white square onto the landing like a spill. The elevator doors are shut. My car is on level 6, aisle red 12. That combination is in my head like an address I'm afraid I will forget if I let anything else in. The wind makes me absurdly grateful for the mask because it gives the sensation of air that has been owned by someone else first. I start up the stairs. My suitcase wheels chirp on each riser before they bump and then resume their rumble. There's salt scattered on the steps. Big granular pieces like coarse sugar, ground into paste under 1,000 winter boots. The rubber toe on the bottom step already has a slice in it from some steel edge something dragged wrong. These stair towers all look the same. Concrete painted the color of a bruise, aluminum treads, galvanized pipes running up in careless verticals. There's a call box on each landing with a button you can hit when you need help. The button worn to a darker shine in the middle from other hands. Next to it is the sign I have seen since I was a child. If you see something, say something. Below that, smaller print that tells you what the something might be. Unattended baggage, suspicious behavior, items that seem out of place. On the filthy landing of level 5, there is a stuffed bear sitting upright in the corner under the camera dome. It is the kind made to be sold at the airport gift shop, travel-themed with a tiny scarf printed with airplanes. It has black plastic eyes. The scarf is tied too tight around its neck. I tell myself somebody put it there because they realized it wouldn't fit in their carry-on and decided at midnight to adopt the stairwell. I tell myself I don't have to believe my own stories, only say them. I don't touch the bear. A luggage alarm chirps 2 levels up. Not a car alarm, not the slow warning beep of airport carts reversing, but the little digital squeal some suitcases make when they think someone's walking away with them. Chirp, pause, chirp. Someone presses a button and it stops. Then, like the person changed their mind and dropped the bag, it starts again. I stop and the wind takes the opportunity to speak for everything. It moans through the louver like it is practicing a voice. My own breath is loud inside the mask, slightly sour, human. A plane overhead pushes air out in a long white noise, and I can tell it's a big one, by the way. The sound has a belly. The suitcase alarm goes on for 3 chirps and stops, only to start again when I take 2 more steps. Hello? I say, because saying nothing leaves the sound too large. My voice falls strangely in here, like it wants to turn into someone else's voice as it goes. Anybody up there? My words flash me back to the PA announcements I've been hearing for the last 6 hours. Report any unattended boat. The recorded woman's voice had a warm, scolding undertone. The elevator on my floor dings. The doors open. There's nobody inside. Perfume hangs in the air like a personal climate. It is not a whisper. It is a cheap, abundantly applied floral that would have lived in a department store in 1998. Powder and something acid underneath. I don't have names for these things, only places they happen in my head. The elevator holds the scent like a memory that can't be shaken. I look into the empty box. The floor is etched and clean in a way that reads to me as unclean because it shows everything. A hair, a dark smudge, a piece of gravel from the outside I recognize because it looks like all the gravel stuck on the damp tread of my shoe. The perfume has the quality of a person who would be very sure you could smell her. The elevator doors start to close and I put my hand out. They open and the box waits with polite impatience. The luggage alarm chirps above. Something shifts in the stairwell air, a pressure change that makes the hair on my arms decide to participate in this moment. Nobody else is in the landing. The camera dome in the corner reflects the landing back at me in a fisheye, my own head huge and offended. I have to decide, stairs or elevator. I choose stairs because elevators are a way of choosing faith, and I am low on that particular element tonight. Level 6 has crosswinds. The louvers here are larger or looser, so the wind makes a more complicated sound. There's a little drift of snow along the landing where the louvers meet the floor. Not because it snowed tonight, but because last week's storm is still living in the corners. The walk-through door to the lot has a metal push bar that refuses to acknowledge what temperature means to the human hand. I push it with my shoulder. It's a lot out of a sleep-deprived dream. Rows and rows of objects under sodium lights. wind flattening any sound not bolted down. The sky bridge to the terminal glows like a tube where other people are still moving slowly under a different set of rules. There are more cars than I expect for this hour and fewer people. The people that are visible are always far away and dangle their arms like they've been reassembled on a bench. Red 12 is to the right, the signs say, and the signs are kind because they assume you can be guided by logic. My red row has been painted and repainted so the floor is the color of a barn unmended. The numbers sit on top of each other like compression, 10 beneath 12 beneath something else. I press the key fob and my car does not blink. I press again. Other cars blink. A white SUV across the aisle. A blue thing with a sunshade. A dotted flicker 2 rows over. There is the feeling of being ignored by your own property. The luggage alarm chirps behind me again, closer now. I turn and look down the aisle in the direction of the tower. Hunched between pillars, a suitcase sits upright with the handle extended. No one near. It is mid-range, matte black, a travel logo stuck askew on one corner like a little flag. The top compartment is unzipped a finger width, which is somehow worse than a lot. The bag chirps again, its indicator light blinking the fakest red. My own suitcase seems embarrassed to be in the same group. "Hey," I say, half whisper, half chide, to a piece of luggage because I have no better target. The wind takes the word and drags it. When I look back toward my car, my headlights turn on. Not the flash of the unlock acknowledgement, but the steady flare of someone turning the car on from far away. The engine coughs and fails to catch, or maybe that is another car and I am making meaning out of symmetrical noise. I point my fob and press again. The lights blink now. Somewhere else another car blinks in sympathy. Perfume comes up the aisle with the wind. It is not the usual airport smell, not dryer sheets or gum or the general sniff of people. It lands on me, not unpleasant or pleasant, just very present. My mask filters it into a flatter version, and I am aware of it in the layer between skin and cloth, where breath tries to live. I'm aware of myself in a way I only am when I am very tired or very alone. My fingers are numb in a ring around each knuckle where the cold will make you ache later. The tiny muscles by my ankles try to correct for the wind, and that care feels like tenderness. The dolly wheels of my suitcase wobble left, then right, as if checking whether I notice. I notch my fingers around the fob and picture the shape of my car's key like a geometry problem. The walkway to Red 12 is interrupted by a concrete ramp up to the next level, a spiral corner where the painted floor marks have been scraped back into lines. Halfway along the aisle, there is an electric cart parked at a diagonal, the kind the parking crew uses to drive people to their cars or jump a dead battery. The key is not in it. The little orange light atop is dark. A vest is draped over the seat, the reflective tape dull in this light. A water bottle sits in the cup holder with a flame of ice up one side where someone drank and left the bottle tilted so the leftover froze on the angle. I've been awake 22 hours if you count the nap I didn't get on the plane. Detail clings when you're this tired, useless detail. The cart smells like vinyl. The vest armhole is frayed where it's scraped concrete too many times. The water has that particular airport water taste, minerals and stainless. The elevator doors open across the way with a ding I shouldn't be able to hear at this distance, but do. It slides wide like a mouth and shows a box with nobody in it. The perfume empties itself into the lot air and looks for something to stick to. The doors pause on their timer and then close on their own calculations. The suitcases at the landing of the stair tower know there is only one. It chirps to itself and settles like a bird fluffing feathers. My headlights blink again. I swear at them the way you swear at a printer. That tone you save for machines that should be uncomplicated and are not. The universal shape of my car in this endless grid splits into 7 possibilities in my head. I walk toward the place where it is meant to be. The row markers change numbers the way age does. 9, 10, 11, 12. As if it was always inevitable we would arrive here and we still feel surprised when we do. There is frost in the creases of windshield wipers. When I pass under a light, the frost flashes. My breath burns my upper lip because the mask collects it and hands it back warmer than the air. When I get to the shape that is my car, the car confirms itself to me. The bumper sticker I keep meaning to take off is in the wrong place. The scratch from the time I hit the yellow pole at the car wash has its familiar comet tail. The front left tire leans like it is listening. I press unlock. The car stays locked. I press again and the horn bleeps a small apology. I have always hated that beep, but now it feels like someone else in the lot saying, "I hear you." There is a smear across the driver's side window that wasn't there when I parked 2 days ago. It is the shape a gloved hand might leave if it rested briefly and then slid. The smear sits at forehead height. The glass around it looks cleaner than the glass inside it, which is not how smears usually behave. I tell myself people use each other's cars as landmarks all the time. Lean here. Make a call. Find yourself in a parking lot that is so big it feels like math. I put my palm where the smear is. The glass is so cold it feels warm for a second. The same way sticking your hand in snow feels like the absence of sensation. Behind me, the chirp goes off again. The wind runs a hand up my back and I try not to jump. I get the key into the lock because, of course, the battery picked tonight to lose interest in living. The key resists, then yields like a mouth. I get in quick and pull the door in. The thunk reverberates inside like closing a coffin in reverse. The car is a little warm from what heat the lot's sodium lamps give off pretending it's day. It holds the day I left, a coffee lid clipped into the console, a granola wrapper I guess I meant to throw away and didn't, a toll ticket in the seat seam. My phone, which I had in my pocket the whole time, buzzes out 3 text messages in a row like it waited to be inside to tell me. Jay, landed? Jay. Did you get the window seat like you wanted? Save me a story. Jay. Do you need a ride? The news said something about airport police. Maybe don't. I do not need a ride. I need my house and my own shower and a bag of peanut M&Ms I left in the pantry. But the last line sits there. Maybe don't. My fingers stutter on the glass and I text back, "I'm fine. Lot is weird. Give me 20. Something in the car smells faintly of perfume. It is not me. I have had the same deodorant since college, and the mask and the world in general have washed every other thing off me. It is not the car because the car smells like coins and old coffee and a whiff of the pine thing I stuck in the vent in July and forgot. This is new, and it is not the strong mouthful from the elevator. It's the stayer, the dry down, powder, and something citrus that has been warmed too long. It's in the fabric or on the air. You can't tell which in a car. I lock the doors by habit, although anyone who wanted to get in could have done so when the locks didn't answer earlier. The headlights of a car 2 rows over slide past like a slow fish. I sit and listen. The luggage alarm chirps and then goes quiet. The wind pushes a paper cup along the aisle outside grotesquely slowly. Somewhere a man laughs, short and tired. The elevator dings again. The escalator inside the sky bridge hums like a machine disappointed in itself. The call box on the nearest pillar crackles. The speaker is so cheap the sound is mostly fuzz. There's a soft click like a microphone letting go. "Attention patrons," the recorded voice starts, trying to be every human and none. "Please do not leave your bags unattended. Report any suspicious..." There is a glitch, and the voice stutters and duplicates the last syllable. "Suspicious. Suspicious." The box dies and then coughs life again and starts something else in a different register. Lot security is patrolling levels 2 through 6 at this time. If you require assistance, press the blue button located. My car's interior lights pop back on like a thought. The sensor must have decided something in the air equaled a door opening. I hold very still, and the lights dim. The smell of perfume gets a little stronger under the heat, slowly starting up from the car that is not on. I decide to turn the engine over. The key is cold in my hand like a coin you fish out of a fountain. The engine grumbles and sputters and then finds itself. The heat fan huffs and settles. The radio leaps into the middle of an ad for liability insurance, and I smack it off because the human voice in that cadence feels unbearable. The minute between the car turning on and the heat reaching you is a minute I always feel like a set of separate pieces waiting to be gathered. Behind me in the back seat, something shifts. Not a sound you could record and prove. The sound of absence adjusting itself. The mirror shows me my back seat, which is dark and full of coat and cloth. The vague shape of my carry-on wheels appears where I set it on the floor behind me. It is a familiar bulge. It does not move. I press the fob for the trunk, and the trunk clicks and opens a slit, then catches on the frost. I get out because if I don't face something, it will happen to me regardless. The outside air finds the damp part of my hair and makes a needle bed there. I lift the trunk, breathing into my mask to gather some warmth. The trunk is empty except for the emergency kit and an umbrella that flipped inside out the last time it mattered. On the inside of the trunk lid, someone has stuck a luggage tag. It is the paper kind, with the serrated edge where it tears when they loop it through the handle. The barcode is new, printed crisp, the little boxes of airport code spaced decisively. It says DPT 13 deck, RTN 13 deck. The 3-letter code under that is not my city. It is a code I do not recognize. The tag has my last name on it in black. The letters have been rubbed a little, like someone thumbed them over and over. I don't remember seeing this tag in the baggage claim. I don't remember anyone touching my trunk. It is possible I don't remember a lot of things. There are shoe scuffs on the bumper that do not correspond to my shoes. I become aware of that without wanting to, like a smell that may or may not be there. The elevator dings again. The perfume arrives low and slow like smoke. I close the trunk with more force than necessary. The car rocks and then forgives me. The wind climbs around my ears and has a conversation with itself and leaves me out of it. The suitcase 2 aisles over chirps and doesn't stop. The sound makes me feel like I'm late for something, although there is nothing to be late for anymore. The shoe prints in the frost on the concrete near the pillars that mark the center of the lot. One print, then another, appearing where there was blank a moment before, like someone is stepping lightly and the frost is slow to accept the story. The elevator doors open on my floor. The scent is full now, and my body reacts as if a person is approaching. Every little muscle that knows how to get ready gets ready. I find myself standing on the threshold between getting into the car and getting out, and I think, when you are a kid and you play light as a feather, stiff as a board, and your friends lift you up, this is what the moment of being carried feels like. Air moving around a human where there is no human. A shape casts not shadow but attention. My phone rings. It lights the interior like a small aquarium. It says, Airport Security. The number is a local. I answer because not answering feels like ignoring something that is already in the car. This is security, a man says. The connection is too clear, as if he is standing at the other end of the windshield. We received a call about a disturbance in long-term parking B. Are you in lot B? I don't know, I say. The maps and the signs disagree about what lots exist. Red 12, level 6. Okay, he says, and I can hear him reading even when he isn't reading. We're asking patrons on levels 2 through 6 to remain by their vehicles. Officers are in the area. If you feel unsafe, lock your doors and wait for an escort. Okay, I say back. The word makes me feel 7. If you are near stair 3, he says, do not use it. We have a... He pauses long enough that the silence becomes its own object. Mechanical issue. I'm in stair B, I say, because that's what the Sharpie marker note called it. Is that 3? His breath filters through before he answers, the line picking up the cottony drag of someone's mouth. Ma'am, can you confirm if there is anyone with you? He says, then adds more like a real human. Sometimes people shadow in from the terminal when they miss the shuttle. I look in the back seat. The fabric is a topography. The ridges where the seatbelt folds, the hollow where a bag sits when a bag sits there. It looks like someone could be crouching in the part where the shadow is deepest if they were very small. My throat tells me I'm about to lie. It's just me, I say, and the lie sits in the car like another breath. We'll be there shortly, he says, and then stays on the line, neither hanging up nor adding. It makes me think of the elevator with its mouth open waiting for something to fill it. The luggage alarm gives up its fast pulse for a longer whine like a smoke alarm whose battery needs replacing. Then it dies. The wind fills the hole it leaves, pleased, and runs one more set of hands through the louvers to make sure it is being heard. The elevator arrives again, but this time the doors do not open. They shiver and stay shut as if someone pressed the button and then changed their mind right as the unit arrived. It chimes once in an irritated tone, then it opens and breath rolls out. The perfume feels a little more human right then, because it's mixed with something mundane, like cold wool, like plastic. I watch the open box and expect a person, and the air offers nothing but smell, and my brain goes through the cycle again. You are wrong. The world is ordinary. Stop. My car's interior light pops again on its own, and my heart goes with it because this is a bodily fact. Bright after dim is threat. I look up, and in the rearview mirror there is something written in the fog on the back window, letters traced by a fingertip. The heat of the car must have lifted the condensation off the glass and left a message visible in the difference. It isn't long. It's written backward from my vantage, so I have to stop my breath to line it up. Stop at 10. My first thought is, I don't know if that means seconds or feet. My second thought is, what else would it mean? The letters are spaced carefully. The P has a long descender, like someone who learned on paper with lines. The 3 letters take up more of the glass than they should, the way words do when you write them in steam on a shower door and forget how big the world is. It dries as I look, and the words get less sharp. Stop at 10. Are you still there? The security man says in my ear, and I had almost forgotten he was. And that is a thing that scares me almost as much as the words on the glass. Yes, I say, and my own voice betrays me. It breathes like I forgot I was allowed to. Do you have cameras out here? I ask. And the question comes out sideways because what I want is not true. I want someone to have seen me not being alone. We do, he says, which is the lie that all public spaces tell, because the presence of cameras is comfort enough and the footage is always worse than memory. I've got an officer in motion. He stops, then starts again with a different plan. If you hear someone trying to get in, honk and flash your lights. Don't leave your car. I think about how badly I want to drive down the ramp and out into the known dark. How strongly the word down leans in my body. Because I know what the road does, and I know the lights on the way home, and I know the way. My building glows like a small mistake on the block. Stop at 10. I put the car into reverse, and the backup camera hums to life. The screen shows angled white lines, and the warning text that would be funny if I were the kind of person who could find it so. Check surroundings. It shows the ghost of my rear window, and the letters as negative space now. The absence writing the message more than presence. It shows nothing moving. I back slowly, counting to myself, but numbers feel like nonsense. I count steps of the wind instead, the way it builds and breaks. 1 wind, 2 winds, 3. When the odometer in my head hits 10, I stop. My foot finds the brake, and I listen for a thing I do not want to hear. There is nothing. Then there is a soft knock on the glass, a sound so gentle it could be mistaken for snow. Behind me, 10 feet past where my bumper would have been if I had not stopped when my eyes read the message on the glass, the concrete has a new crack running across it like a pencil line. It is wet inside the crack, wet and black and precise. It looks like the kind of crack you'd get from a settlement shift. That is the reasonable explanation. The other explanation is that the crack would have become a break in the place where my rear wheels would have gone if I had backed over it. I am exhausted enough for both. The wind finds the louver and makes a new word out of its old voice. The elevator closes and goes somewhere. The luggage that was unattended is attended by the wind now, moving a centimeter and thinking it went to Paris. The security voice breathes into my ear politely. "You okay?" "No," I say, before I can decide to lie in the opposite direction. "Someone wrote on my window. I didn't..." I stop, because saying the words out loud will make them live differently. "We're almost there," he says, which is the promise people make when what they mean is, keep breathing until something changes. A woman crosses the lot in the distance, coat open, head down. She is doing that half-jog people do when they are scared and don't want to look like they are. She has no suitcase. The perfume in my car is turned around me until I can't tell where it stops. The bear at the foot of Level 5's camera dome sits and looks the way it always looked. Its scarf is too tight. Its eyes don't care. I sit with my hands on the steering wheel because that is somewhere to put them. The leather is cold and grips my fingers like a living thing. The car shakes when the wind hits a certain way, and it feels like someone touched it from the outside. In the rearview mirror, the words on the glass fade as the cabin air does its work. Someone knocks on my passenger window. I flinch so hard my neck snaps itself. A man stands there with both hands lifted, fingers splayed to show nothing in them, his coat zipped high so the lower half of his face is wool. He points to his ear and then to the phone in my hand as if he is trying to ask a question. "Are you talking to them?" His cap has the logo of the airport reversed on it like it was printed wrong, a mirror version. The reflective tape across his chest is in a shape that looks right but not quite. He mouths something at me and he knows I can't hear it. He points again toward the stair tower and the elevator and makes a horizontal slicing motion at throat level that could mean don't or could mean anything if you've lived long enough to see things mean the wrong thing. "Someone just came to my car," I say into my phone, and not for the first time it feels as if I'm narrating a strange film to someone sitting behind me. He says, "The man outside spreads his hands wider as if to show empty palms matter." And they do. He looks past me into the back seat briefly without the curiosity of a thief, but with the counting look of someone who is always counting. "Officers are arriving on level 6, the security man says. "Please stay in your vehicle." The man outside taps my window, then flinches from his own tapping like he didn't mean to touch the glass. He begins to walk toward the stair tower with small, quick steps, the way you discover you're on ice and don't trust your body to remember. He keeps one hand lifted as if to hold on to the air. He moves past the suitcase that won't shut up and does not look at it because we are all pretending unattended baggage is no longer a phrase. I stay. This is new for me. I have always been a person who thought doing something was better than doing nothing. Staying feels like the exercise where you stand at the edge of the diving board and count to 3 and decide not to jump. And that decision lives later in your mouth when you tell a different story. There is another knock at the back of the car now. 3 taps in a rhythm that I have heard all evening and all week. The pattern of elevators closing, of escalators chewing, of my own pulse saying hello. It is not hard. It is not a threat. It is an introduction. I don't turn. I keep my hands on the wheel and my eyes on the mirror and I listen. The perfume in the car has become mine by proximity. The wind through the louvers keeps singing the consonant it prefers. The suitcase alarm finally dies for real or someone claims it and apologizes to air. The elevator down the way dings one last time and opens for nobody with the kind of expectation I recognize. We all act as if the next thing will arrive because most of the time it does. In the mirror, the words on the glass have almost gone. One line of the T remains, the long one. If I blink, I will pretend I never saw it at all. The security man says, "Ma'am," as if to see if I am still occupying my space. "I'm here," I tell him, which is truer than any other thing I could say tonight. Headlights flare at the far end of my row. 2 carts and a dark SUV roll under the lamps, light pushing the dark back into the ribs of the lot. A person steps out of the cart, and I recognize the posture of someone who has keys on their belt and knows their names. He raises a hand to me, and I do not wave because my body has decided not to give more of itself than it needs to. The man in the reversed logo is gone in the time it would take to take a breath. The stuffed bear under the camera looks directly at the world it inhabits. I back my car up 10 car lengths because the message told me to stop there, and it feels disrespectful not to include that part in my leaving. I ease into drive. I take the ramp down, passing levels that hum to themselves, watching the numbers peel back. On level 4, an orange cone marks a slick. On level 3, the wind has entered and taken a seat. On level 2, a maintenance door is propped open with a glove. The exit gate counts cars and raises its arm without making me ask. The courtesy of a machine that knows it cannot contain me forever. I pull out into the kind of night that makes everything look cleaner than it will in seeable daylight. The highway stitches the city together. I drive the way I always drive when I am too tired to own the road, with my eyes at the distance and my hands behaving. The perfume rides with me to the first light and the second and the third. At the fourth, it is gone. The mask is still on my face, gone damp and holding the outline of my mouth. I pull it down at a stop and breathe the cold and get the chemical taste of brake dust and damp newspaper and something sweet. I think about the note written in the fog and the crack in the lot and the man with the backward logo and the way the wind spoke through the louvers in a sound like patience. At the red light by the rental car return, the suitcase alarm chirps, faint and mislocated like memory. A long line of planes scatters light along the path to the runway. The air bends around their wings like it was made for this and nothing else. My hands are what hold the wheel. My body is what continues here. The lot becomes a story as soon as I move away from it, and I am afraid of what that does to it. I am also grateful. When I pull into my street, it is both the same and not. The neighbor's porch light is on because he will forget to turn it off in the morning. The trash cans are empty and smell like last week. I park, and the car's cooling engine makes its little ticking noises, the kind that always sound like relief. My phone blips and shows another message from Jay. "You in? Call me, tell me the gate story." I sit with the lights off and listen. There is no tapping in the back seat. There is only the ordinary, which is what I wanted, which is what frightens me sometimes because it can hold anything. The cold finds the places where my wrists are thin. The smell in the car is mine again. The letters on the back window will be there in the morning this long, or they will be gone. If I go run my finger under the glass, I might feel the oil a hand would have left, the way a secret shows itself even after you wash it away. I don't check. I go inside. The door to my building fights me, then lets me in. Our ritual. Upstairs, my apartment holds. The heater knocks. The fridge hums with more confidence than it deserves. I put my bag down, and it leans against the wall with an exhausted person's gravity. I stand by the window and look out at my car and its space under the streetlight. The back window is a dark rectangle that refuses to show me what I think I would see. A bus moves 2 streets over and the sound gets lost between the houses. I touch my own mouth like I need to confirm I am the one who still lives in this body. The line from the call lingers in my ear. The wind has a different job here, moving the undecided leaves in the tree outside and the paper on the neighbor's stoop. In the radiator metal, a trickle like someone walking over here from very far away chooses to be a coincidence. I press my hand flat to the pane. My fingers leave a mark that will evaporate in the time it takes to go to bed and dream too fast. Somewhere, an elevator opens and finds nobody waiting and closes. Somewhere a bear sits upright where someone put it, and is as fine a witness as any other object I can trust. I listen, and the night returns to being the night. I wait to see which sounds decide to match me and which don't. I text Jay, home. You wouldn't believe the parking lot. Then don't hit send. I stand long enough that the word that was written backward on the glass in my rear view writes itself forward inside my chest. Stop at 10. Some part of me that isn't rational will count to 10 while I fall asleep. Another part will be stubborn and count to 9 just to be mean to the universe. I lock the door because that is how I tell the dark. I know it is there, and I am not naive. I peel the mask down and hang it on the doorknob to dry in a shape that will look wrong in the morning. I rinse my hands and the water changes temperature without telling me. Air moves in the hall. Steps happen elsewhere. If something followed me out of the long-term lot stair tower, it is polite. It stands where the perfume lives and breathes only when the wind does. I turn the lights off and the room breathes like rooms do. I close my eyes and wait for the elevator doors that live in the back of my head to open or not. The wind through the louvers I left behind keeps making its word 10,000 feet up. It will do that no matter what I call it. I don't need to decide. Tonight, that is something like comfort. The rain isn't straight rain. It's the kind that comes slantwise and learns your face before you can duck. It surprised me halfway across the cemetery road. A thin silver thing that turned to real water in the space it takes to look for a shortcut. The only real structure out here is the chapel. A squat block of stone pushed up from the hill, slate roof dark like it was just built out of the storm. The door is small and older than it looks. There's a metal latch polished bright where hands have negotiated with it for 100 years. I slip inside and push the door back with my hip so it doesn't slam. The sound still travels like it has a job to do, rolling up into the rafters and along the beams and down into the rows of pews. The smell hits with the temperature, cool and old. Stone that sweats, old wood rubbed to a shine by clothes, a hint of beeswax that lives even when no candle's burning. My breath fogs once and then gets absorbed by the air the chapel's been keeping for itself. It's smaller than I thought from outside. Narrow aisle, pews close, a shy altar dressed in linen with edges scalloped by time and laundering. Stained glass windows march along the sides. They aren't the fancy kind, just patterned blues and greens that make the rain look like it has somewhere important to be. There's a hymn board against the right wall, a rectangle of black with numbers hung from little hooks, white against the dark like teeth. 4 3-digit numbers, 2 on top, 2 below, crooked in that way things get when a human hand is in charge. I shake water off my sleeves and move down the aisle a few steps so if someone comes in after me, I won't look like a person holding the door for weather. I take the second pew because it feels like the right distance from everything. The dry wood under my hands has a network of polish marks, a map of every shoulder and coat. In the rack in front of me there's a hymnal with a broken spine, a prayer book that smells like pencil, a box of tissues gone soft from a spill. A little brass plate on the pew says, "In memory of Harriet L. Baines, 1919-1986. The plate is smudged with fingerprints that are not mine. Somewhere above and to the left, the chapel swallows the rain and sends it back with a drip down the inside of a gutter. The sound has a cadence, a quiet metronome. The wind slides along the stone like it's reading. One of the hymn numbers flutters. It's not a big movement. A bit of white shifts, then settles. A little flip like a fish in a shallow bowl. I look and tell myself it's air moving unexpectedly. The door is shut and the louvers in the belfry are getting worked over by the storm. But the card doesn't just flutter and drop back. It slides up one notch on its tiny nail, shows the edge of something behind it, and then thunks back down as if it made up its mind. The last 3 numbers now match my birthday. It's a simple fact sitting there. 3 digits that happen to be the same as the ones I write on forms and whisper to customer service bots. I look away, like that will make it less true, and look back. The numbers are the numbers. They weren't when I came in. They are now. Of course, there are other explanations. The cards could have slipped years ago, and I only notice them now because my brain wants to be spooked. Someone could have set the board for some service funerals are always full of numbers, and I haven't done the math right. It's a coincidence. That's all coincidence is. The brain choosing what to cling to. I let the thought stand there until it tires itself out. The rain approves, tapping harder on the slate. There's no electric light on in here, and I don't look for a switch because the dim is the right kind. The kind that feels like it got set out with the collection plates at some point, and no one ever put it away. The windows offer up a softened version of the afternoon. The altar cloth moves in. The draft the way a small animal breathes, almost not at all. Somewhere in the building a hinge remembers it can speak. The sound of a door settling or being asked to move. I sit very still and tell myself it's the wind nudging some corner loose, because wind loves corners. I also put my hand on my bag. It's a reflex as much as anything. Ownership feels like a warm surface you touch to check that your hand will leave a print. The hymn board does nothing else. My gaze keeps going there anyway. The little hooks that hold the numbers are bent in slightly different ways, like fingers. The black paint is chipped along one edge where the wood swelled and then shrank, and the paint couldn't deal with it. A hairline crack runs from one screw to the other like a smile someone didn't mean. Under the board hangs something like a loop of bell rope, but smaller, decorative, soft fibers the color of unbleached linen. I find details when I'm trying not to find the big things. A small sound happens in the pew behind me. It could be the wood responding to the weather, or it could be the uniquely human sound of someone deciding to shift their weight and then not doing it, the aborted pre-movement of a person about to stand up who thinks better of it. I turn my head and see the empty pew, small beads in the finish where the varnish grabbed a cold morning wrong. The kneeler is up. The space under the pew is dark and collects not dust, but the intention of dust. A glossy pamphlet with a picture of the chapel on the front sits on the bench at a perfect right angle to the armrest. It wasn't there when I sat down, or it was and I overlooked it because rain had put other thoughts in my head. I pick up the pamphlet. The paper is damp along the edges. The cover says, "The Chapel of St. Luke and All Souls, consecrated 1904. Inside, there's a little history in a typeface that's trying too hard to be pious. The chapel was built by the daughter of a shipping merchant after a lightning strike felled the elm tree at the top of the hill, which had been used for signings and farewells. Names of rectors, names of benefactors. A photograph in black and white of the chapel in snow, with a horse and a sleigh and 3 people standing in the doorway in dark coats, one face turned away at the last second. On the back, there's a map of the grounds that isn't useful in the rain. There's a note in ballpoint along the bottom edge, written in the careful hand people use when they are signing a card they know other eyes will read later. 2 p.m. Ka. Amazing Grace. 286, 512, 404. The ink has blurred where a drop of water chased the last digit. My birthday lives in none of those numbers, which should feel like proof of something and doesn't. The taste in my mouth is pennies. That's what certain kinds of cold do to me. I stand because sitting makes me feel like I am waiting for a thing I didn't agree to wait for. The little boom of my movement wakes other small sounds up. The organ pipes at the back, unadorned, square, squat as stovepipes, shift like someone breathed on them. The organ itself is wooden and closed, no lights. The machine part sleeping in a way that machines do when they are old and allowed to rest. A rote sheet on the music stand is yellowed to the exact hue of paper my first-grade classroom used to throw out. At the front, to the right of the altar, there is a small door. Every chapel has one. Away to the sacristy, to the small sink, to the closet where linens iron themselves in darkness and wait. A chain has been looped across the handle with a placard on it that says private. The placard is more suggestion than law. The chain hangs in the way of things that have never been given a reason to prove they matter. I don't touch the chain. I do lean so my ear is closer to the door because sound is honest right up until it's not. The space beyond hums, not like electricity, not like a refrigerator. More like a room that is just larger or smaller than you expect and is aware you are comparing it to whatever you have in your head. There is also a wetness to the sound, the way old plaster holds moisture and decides to speak about it in the language of a fruit being cut open. I am thinking ridiculous things. I know I am. Sometimes knowing doesn't help. My phone comes out of my pocket by muscle memory. 2 bars, then 1, the service undecided. I check the time even though time means little in a storm. I am not late for anything. I text no one. The idea of leaving a breadcrumb trail feels good, and I don't indulge it because there are no breadcrumbs, only phones in pockets, and the way a building holds or rejects your signal. The hymn board moves again. I'm looking at it when it does, so there's no arguing with whether it did. The top left number shimmies and then drops 1 hook. The little card below it flashes and then sits back. The new number is older, bowed in the middle like someone hunched it between finger and thumb 1 too many times. The board now shows 4 numbers I don't recognize until I do. They are dates. They could be any dates. Birth, death, anniversary, the small party of numbers you assign to the people you love. They mean nothing to me, and then my brain offers up my father's death date, and there it is. The same last 2 digits, a suggestion of congruence where there is none. I say out loud to the wood and stone that this is stupid. That word tastes like sugar when I mean it. It tastes like ash right now. The echo takes the word and puts it on a shelf where other stupid things live, checking the oven 3 times, keeping the light on when you leave because the plants like the heat, driving to a cemetery in the afternoon because you think being near people who are where they are going to be will shrink whatever it is that took up too much room in your head this week. From the vestibule behind me, the door latch eases against its plate. The metal talks in a voice I know intimately from my building at home. The handle moves a fraction. I turn too slow to catch whatever it is in motion. The door stands shut, heavy in a way that says even rain has to petition hard to come in. Perfume drifts past my face. It is not the perfume of people now. It's old, powdery, something with violet in it that had its hour a long time ago and still visits. It passes like an exhale. I have stood in funeral homes and felt this scent in the carpet. I know that's not the same as what I'm saying. My body doesn't care about the difference. I go back to the pew because sitting with a book in your hand looks like a plan even if it isn't one. The prayer book opens to a page someone kept visiting. The ribbon is indented where it lived too long between those leaves. The psalm is one of the ones the mouth knows even if the mind isn't willing. Yea, though I walk. The margins hold pencil that isn't words, just someone giving shape to thought with soft graphite. There's a name on the fly leaf, Mrs. Ingrid K., the last name smudged into anonymity, 1972. The script is so fine I could fall into it. The kneeler under my shins is heavier than it looks. The padding is not new and gives up with grace. I kneel not out of piety, but because we do certain motions for certain places. And this is one of them. It puts my head at the height of the hymnal rack. From here, the brass plate for Harriet is more readable. Someone has rubbed at the third 9 a lot in 1919. I touch the plate to feel if that buffed spot has heat to it. Metal is honest. It has the temperature of the room. If the touch of other hands lingered, it climbed into the air already and is gone. Another sound threads through the rain. It's small and careful. A foot on stone where feet don't go. The belfry ladder, maybe. A bird that made the wrong choice and got in. The second sound is larger but still contained. A bench shifting as if someone sat gently, considerate of the wood. My heart does what it does when you are braced for a thing your muscles can't plan for. I put the prayer book down and the sound it makes when it meets the rack is too loud. I say, hello, the way people say it when they are pretending they aren't asking a question, like the word is a harmless object you put in front of you so you can look at it together. The chapel doesn't answer with anything but itself. The rain hisses 2 steps up the belfry staircase where the seal isn't used to weather like this. The air along the aisle moves, not wind exactly, but the sense of something coming nearer without touching you. On the altar, the edge of the cloth lifts a 1/4 inch and settles. The candle stubs in the brass holders are ungenerous, so short they will burn down to their pins as soon as someone gives them the chance. One wick leans more than the other. I think about lighting them. And I also think about leaving favors out for a building that is very good at making you feel like you owe it something. On the wall behind the altar, a plaque lists the names of those lost in wars. The names line up like stairs. Some surnames repeat in different years, which is what small towns do. Someone has draped a small broken rosary over one name and left it there. The cross is missing. The little chain is gray with touch. When the air moves, the beads tick against the plaque softly, a domestic sound that would be comforting in another room. The hymnboard numbers are steady again. I look at them the way you look at a mirror you know you shouldn't trust but do. The last 3 match my birthday. They sit calmly, not interested in how they became what they are. The smallest impulse in me wants to change them back, the way you want to fix a painting that is slightly bent in a stranger's house. I tell myself this would be a very strange thing to do, and also imagine my hand on the little cardboard tabs, the papery feel of the edges, the moment of letting one number go and giving the hook back to the board. I stay seated. There is an alcove on the left with a table for votive candles. Half the little red glasses are already burnt to black rings. The other half are clean, waiting. The iron stand has a box under it where a cigar-sized roll of matches sits, damp. There's a sign with language that tries to be gentle and ends up pleading, "Please leave an offering. Please do not leave burning candles unattended." We all like to ask the impossible, in buildings built for prayer especially. I put a coin in the dish automatically, like paying a toll. The coin makes a dull sound on felt. I strike the match, and the sulfur of it catches the air and makes my mouth water. The first match has nothing in it. The second catches and leaps green at first before it finds its regular orange. I tip the flame to a wick that looks like someone tried and failed to light it earlier, and the little light that makes happens like a yes that someone had waiting. I put the candle toward the front of the stand because that's what you do when you come late, and others already have their wishes lined up. The flame leans immediately toward the aisle. I turn my head to see which direction the draft is going, and there is no wind in my face, and the flame keeps leaning toward the aisle anyway. It's a trick. I own that I think this. The candle knows something about air I don't. In the sacristy door, the chain moves and clicks softly, as if someone brushed it. The little placard flips and settles back without changing its mind. I walk toward the door because not walking would be worse. The floor under the carpet runner gives me all its small creaks carefully, like a hymn, you know. The shape of, but not the words. The chain is warm where it touches the handle. The warmth is mild, and could be mine from earlier if I had touched it, if I am misremembering the order of my actions. I lean again to listen to whatever a closed door can tell you, and pick up sound on the other side that I can only describe as patient. Something like pages being turned with thought. Something like cloth being moved across a table. I whisper hello again before my brain can veto the action. The syllables stick in the wood around me, and I don't like that. On the far side of the nave, by the window that's a patchwork of green and white glass and ivy patterning, a figure by the third pew moves just enough that I know it is not the shadow I thought it was. It's the sort of movement that could be in my peripheral vision only, the sort of thing you'd explain entirely if you could convince yourself not to turn and find nothing. I turn and I find nothing, but the pew cushion has a new indentation that wasn't there. It is the exact shape and size of what you'd leave if you rested your hand and pushed down while you sat. I put my own hand next to it, and my hand's heat feels like an accusation. The indentation does not spring back like a silly story would require. It waits. There's a guest book on a narrow table by the door, bound in gray cloth with gold lettering stiffer than any of the signatures inside. I flip it open because names are anchors. There are loops and purposeful pinpricks of ink from 20 years ago that look like now. People print their children's names as if that will nail them to this earth. Someone has written simply, "Thank you," and left a line that looks like a river. On the last page, today's date is written in the careful hand of whoever has keys. Below that, 3 names. The same M, Ka, from the pamphlet. A last name I recognize, but not because I know the person. It's on a grocery store. The 3rd line is blank except for the first letter of my first name. A small, upright pillar. A starting that waits. I watch myself not put my own name down. The pen on the chain knocks once against the table, though I don't bump it. The sound is so small and specific it almost breaks me. I try to laugh under my breath and it hits my ribs wrong. The chapel bell does not ring on the hour. It is the kind of bell someone has to pull by hand or with a mechanism that thinks it is a person. It rings now, once, with a sound that comes through stone and chest. Then it rings again in a few seconds, not on any time the church books recognize. It rings 3 times, then 4, then stops. The spaces between the rings are the shape of what happens when someone pulls a rope and waits to feel the bell come back before they pull again. I look for a liner note in my brain that says what 3 and 4 mean in the language of bells. It offers only a child's assumption. You ring bells to say there is a fire that isn't fire. You ring bells to tell the town something is happening somewhere else. A small drop of water falls from the ceiling near the aisle and hits the stone. It smacks like a tiny hand. The spot gathers again, being born into drop water over and over. The old organ in the back exhales with no one at it, the leather bellows changing their minds. I tell myself every machine is a living thing and that it remembers motion and wants to behave. I tell myself a lot of generous things about inanimate objects to save my own agency. On the hymn board, the bottom right flips again like it has a preference for being interesting. The last 3 numbers become my birthday again because they never stopped being my birthday, and I invent the idea that they might have been something else to make my heart behave. I get up to change them back as if fixing that one thing will fix anything. As soon as I stand, footsteps come from the vestibule. Not mine, not an echo. 2 small steps, then a pause, then 1, then a pause like whoever is stepping is listening to me listen. My face feels the way it does just before I sneeze. I stand with my hand halfway out and let the moment pass, like passing a car on a 2-lane when your engine isn't sure who it is yet. The steps stop right in front of the closed door. The door handle does not turn. The pause is as big as a breath you hold across a room. I could go and open it and find weather. Nobody. A person who got caught in the rain at the same time I did. A mirror. I do not go and open it. I stay. The silence is not friendly and not unfriendly. It is just the part of a breath that chooses. The rain changes its mind and gets louder. Through the green glass, the cemetery hunkers down. The slate roof gives back the drumming. Something like a draft snakes along the floor and finds my ankles. I think about Harriet, about Ingrid, about the names on the memorial board, about the etched letters in stone outside holding names that used to be mouths. The rope by the hymn board sways a fraction. If I pull it, it will do nothing, I tell myself. It will be like the bell in the tower that requires someone else entirely to move it. The plaque under the window with the ivy pattern is dedicated to a mother and her child. Both died in 1910. The poem below their names is a stanza that would be eye-roll if it weren't this place. The type is influence of someone who used to be a printer, too perfect for the stone. There is a dried violet pressed under a piece of glass in a corner of the frame, brown now, small as a thumbnail. It has been there so long that part of it is missing and the negative space reads as petal. My phone buzzes unexpectedly and I start as if someone had spoken in my ear. A text from a number I do not have saved. Haven't seen you yet. Weather's making a choir of the gutters. Reply if you need help. I don't know who this is for, not me realistically. Some group thread I got added to by accident. There is a piece of me that wants to reply anyway with 3 words. I hear things. I put the phone in my pocket, and my pocket feels like it holds a stone that was warmer when you picked it up. I light a second candle because doing something that creates a small light is one of the only actions that has ever felt like a counterspell. This wick catches greedily, and the flame is built like a shoulder. The 2 flames lean toward each other to tell a secret. The sign, "Please leave an offering," looks tired of itself. I put another coin down because I have them, and because I cannot think of the actual acts I can do for the living and the dead today. Behind me, someone slides into the pew and doesn't mind the sound they make doing it. It is a human sound. It's also a sound that could be a trick of a building that knows your thresholds. I do not turn at once because there is dignity in not acting like I will jump every time wood pretends to be person. When I do turn, there is, predictably, nothing there. The kneeler is down as if used. I wonder if there's a caretaker with a sense of humor that counts as unkind. I decide to believe there is not. The hymn board has one more flip in it, only the top left now. The card is older than the others, and the black paint from the board has bled into the edge of it, making the numbers look bruised. It shows a hymn I know the tune to and not the words. I hum, and my hum finds the exact pitch of the room and becomes something else. Bigger, not because of ghosts or anything smarter than physics. The organ coughs like a waking sleeper. I take a step toward the organ and another toward the sacristy and another toward the door. I have been in the chapel for exactly as long as it takes rain to forget you owe it an apology. I don't need to go anywhere. I don't need to stay. The choices feel like when you stand at a kitchen counter late at night and flip a coin, not because you believe in coins, but because watching a thing spin until it makes up its mind is better than admitting yours is already made. The bell rings once more, distant now like it has moved up into some other weather. The chain on the sacristy door lifts a fraction and drops, and the placard makes a tiny sound when its edge kisses the wood. "Hey," says the sound in bored tone, but in the way you whisper to someone you love so they don't scare. The hymn numbers are the same. The last 3 are mine. The thought that someone bent over that board and put their hand on that last set and thought of me when they did it is ridiculous, and also sits in my chest like an egg, potential and fragile. I go to the guest book again, because names. The last line, the one with the lonely initial, now has 2 more letters, my last name's first 2, neat, the same hand as the first. I didn't write them. That's a fact my mouth could swear to. I trace the air over the letters without touching. I can see where the nib lifted for a breath before the last downstroke. A pulse in my neck ticks in time with something in the stone. I push the door open and weather comes in like a dog. The rain has less patience, and the light is the kind of late that isn't actually late but makes you feel like you've sinned against the day. The path outside is darker under the overhanging yews and lighter where the grass has flattened itself to drink. A car door slams out on the road, the sound not made smaller by the distance. The caretaker's cottage up the rise has a light in the window that isn't on any timer. It's the kind people put on because hands know how to flip the same switch every evening at the same minute. I stand with my hand on the door and listen to my own ridiculousness and to the chapel's seriousness. I could stay until the last little pool of candle wax gives up. I could leave and go home and tell no one, because telling would make it real and also turn it into a thing that belongs in other people's mouths, and I hate that. I could switch those numbers back and pretend that was the important action here. I turn back once. The candles I lit still lean toward the aisle, inexorably toward that space you have to walk through if you want to get anywhere. The hymn numbers don't move. The plaque for the mother and child holds their names without shaking. The small sound of pages turning behind the sacristy door continues gently, like weather in a room. The organ gleams its old varnish. The pew cushion has kept its small indentation. The air holds a little violet powder scent in its corner, faint as near memory. I step out into the rain and the door shuts itself against the stone with the polite finality of a conversation that can continue later or never. The U's keep some of the wet off and give up the rest in slow drips. The world outside is not different. The graves sit where they sit. The stones glisten in the honest way stone does. My shoes sink a little in the path where others have walked when the ground's like this. The caretaker's light pulls my eye the way human windows do. The bell doesn't ring again. In my head, the hymn tune I don't know the words to makes itself a loop, humming to fill a set of minutes that would otherwise be silence. I walk back along the road I came in on, and in the corner of my eye, the chapel windows glow with storm shine. I think about my name half written on a line meant for guests. I think about a board with numbers that aren't for me, changed to be for me, and laugh once because the alternative is to cry and there's nobody here to pray with me about what would be the difference. At the top of the hill, under the old oak where the lightning didn't hit because it hit the elm instead, I can hear the rain across the ground as a separate sound from the rain in the trees. The ground takes it and says thank you in mud. The trees take it and say, finally. Air moves across my palms in a way that feels like a request. I say tomorrow without meaning to. Not a promise, not a threat. I try out the word and the word tries out me, and we leave it at that. On my way to the gate, I count to 3 the way you did in childhood to time your jumps between puddles. I avoid the largest out of habit and then put my foot straight through the smallest because people are not consistent. The schedule on the caretaker's door, if I went to look, would list times for when the chapel is open and when it's shut, and for what. It might have a line about service at 2 with initials that make sense to someone else. It might have nothing but a list of chores and a phone number we never call. At the gate, the rain slows like it remembered another appointment. A car goes by and lifts a curtain of water and drops it perfectly whole again. I hold on to the iron spike and feel it bite and be cold. I turn once because my mother taught me if you love something, you should look back at it and let it see you do it. The chapel is not a loving thing. It is an honest one. The window to the right shows nothing but green and white. The door is a darker outline against stone. The bell is a smudge in the slot. Candles are small even when they are all there is. A number can be a story if you let it. My birthday is still my birthday even if a piece of cardboard knew it before I said it out loud. I leave because leaving is also a kind of prayer. I go home to a building that takes my key and lets me in without asking what I bring with me. In the quiet that has heat in it, I will hear the sound of pages turning when I stop thinking about it. I will picture the placard flipping once and decide not to tell anyone that part for a while. I will keep my name off lists for a time that I can't predict. The rain will get it out of its system by morning and leave the smell of wet stone in the grass. The candles will gutter and glass will cool and wax will harden and none of that will have anything to do with me anymore. When I go to sleep, if I do, the last 3 digits of something will float behind my eyes and try to rearrange themselves into other things I know, and I will refuse to let them. If I hear a bell ring when it shouldn't, I will tell myself it was the television in someone else's apartment misbehaving. If I dream about kneeling where I shouldn't and standing where I should, I'll write it down and then hide the paper. If I go back, and I probably will because I am not good at leaving meaningful things alone, I'll take matches in a zip bag and a pen that's mine, and I'll see if the hymn board prefers to be helpful, or if I invented the worst of it myself, and that was the work all along. The rain lets up on the window and starts again. It never ends or begins in a way that satisfies the people under it. I hear it on the glass and on the stone steps outside, and between those 2 sounds is a gap that could fit a voice. I don't know if it will speak into it. I don't know if it ever did. I know enough to leave that space open and let whatever needs to be there make itself known. That's the kind of answer that makes sense in a room built for people to bring their unsayable things to. That's the only way I'm sleeping tonight. The tower looks like a ladder somebody forgot to put away. A spine of metal ribs climbing out of the pines. It doesn't belong, and it does. From the road, the catwalk around the cab flashes light when the sun finds it between clouds, then goes dull again like it didn't try to attract attention. I park at the gate because the service track after that is all ruts and washouts, and the county won't be grateful if I sink myself in it. I shoulder my pack and the radio and start up the path because climbing is the only way I can think of to get bars. The dryness out here is not a metaphor. It's a thing that gets into your mouth and your stomach and the tiny spaces around your eyes. Ponderosa and Manzanita hold their breath and pretend to be fine while losing water they won't get back. Somewhere past the ridge, a chainsaw whines and then lets go. Someone is either shaping a dead tree into something safer or deciding that winter is firewood. The air is so clear it feels like you could grate it. At the base of the tower, the wind finds a way to come through that sounds like it's thinking. The guy wires hum at a note I can feel in the bones near my ears. The stairs are open grid metal with a pattern designed to tell your foot how it should be shaped. My boots ring against them, not loud and not quiet, just definite. I count without meaning to. Landings turn landings. The handrail has a film of metal dust on it that's going to end up on my fingers no matter what. The bolts that hold the rails to the posts look like coins pressed into the tower, old and flattened out by weather. Somebody tied a bit of flagging tape to the fourth landing post orange faded to salmon. The tape slaps softly, the only frivolous thing up here. I came up here 2 summers ago with Eli when we thought we'd be the kind of people who do dawn. The cab had been locked and we watched the sun come up from the last landing like a pair of kids on a climbing frame, faces into the wind. He is in a different city now, and I am not any better at dawn. Today it is 4 in the afternoon. The light, the kind that has forgotten there was a morning, and is fully committed to being sideways. About halfway up, the wind decides to take a break. It doesn't trail off. It stops like someone pinched the tube shut. My ears actually pop a little in the changed pressure. The pines below do the last shiver they were doing, and then hold still. The hum in the guy wires cuts like a switch thrown. If I were a more romantic person, I'd say the forest took a breath. If I were a more honest person, I'd say something in me did. The steps ring under me and then stop ringing because they have nothing to ring into anymore. Sound is just me, making it, without anything else to carry it. My radio is clipped to my shoulder strap, and it should be making the familiar bass noise of a cheap speaker listening for nothing. But the silence is total. And I pause because total silence isn't usual outside. There's always a mosquito or a far car or the sound of a thing trying to be a bird failing in an entertaining way. My breath goes loud. I become aware of the spaces inside my sinuses like a cathedral. Then the radio unmutes itself with a soft click that's felt more than heard and hisses. Not static, not the slow, familiar spray of nothing. A hiss like someone shushing a child up close. Attention, it says, in the cadence of a weather robot, that flattened calm that lives in stations people are comforted by. This is a test of the emergency alert system for, then it says my name. My name isn't pronounced wrong the way robots usually do when they meet it. It hits each syllable the way my mother does when she wants me to know this part is serious. The corners of the naming are round and meant for me. My grin is automatic, the way you grin when your friend spells your name out loud in a public place. Look, I found you. But it dies as fast as it came. This is a message for my name, the voice says. It doesn't even pretend to be for the county or the region. Remain in your current location. Do not descend. The radio clears its throat and goes into the beep sweep of a no AA weather alert. Long, shorter ones. That 9-second run of tones that makes your body do something before your head could be told. The tones end, and the voice repeats itself with only the smallest distortion. Remain in your current location. Do not descend. Then the radio cuts off with that soft click, like it went to sleep. I stay where I am, a small animal holding a rung. I look down at the path curving away among the bunch grass. I look up at the catwalk, which isn't much farther. I look out sideways at the clear cut on the adjacent ridge. The regular lines of stumps turning the hillside into a sheet of old teeth. Nothing in that picture is different than it was a minute ago. That is what makes the voice have teeth of its own. Bass? I pressed the transmit button without thinking. All body memory from long shifts in places where contact meant we weren't small points in a big thing. The red LED winks and I let go too fast because talking into empty channels feels like stepping on someone's conversation in a small room. The radio gives me nothing back. I want to slide the battery out and push it back in, the way you slap an old laptop, a ritual to convince yourself you have say. I keep going up because the idea of going down is suddenly a little far. And because I came up here to get signal and now I want to shove a bar or two on my phone into my throat like medicine. At the catwalk, the wind remains erased. I step off the stairs and onto the planks that wrap the cab and feel the tower adjust in a way that's both resentful and expected. A small give and return. The glass room of the cab is locked, but the shutters are half open, and the slats show the guts inside. Maps. The round ring of an Osborne firefinder with its degree numbers marked in black around the circle. A soft hat slumped where someone left it last. The hasp of the door is shut but not padlocked. Someone has a lot of faith, or no one comes here, or both. The door takes both hands and some hip to get open, and then is suddenly shy and swings more than I want it to. Inside, the air is the air you get when a small space has held warm weather all day and cooled not at all. Dust takes up whatever angles are left and could be counted on the slats of light. It smells like pine warmed on a dashboard and coffee that never made it to the end of the cup. That smell is so specific to lookouts that my brain goes into nostalgia for a thing I've never properly owned. Everything is ordinary in the way the inside of these cabs is ordinary if you've been in one. A narrow bunk with a wool blanket folded to fit a painter's idea of organization, a shelf with a water jug and a cracked enamel mug, 2 pairs of binoculars with straps that feel like they will leave marks on your neck even if you just hold them, a logbook on a nail at the corner of the desk with a pen tied to it with baker's twine. The last entry is dated 3 days ago. The handwriting leans left. Windy all day. Lightning to west, no starts. Owl at 2010 under the eave. Under that, a short note in a different hand. Watch for inversions after 5. Makes the smoke lie low. I set my pack down and the sound of it on the floorboards echoes bigger than it is, the way sound likes to do in a room that has seen more quiet than noise. The radio on my shoulder is a little more weight than I want now. I send a runner out on my phone a photo of the whole circle of horizon. A nothing picture, a sentence. Up the tower. Signal okay? To no one specific and everybody. It spins and fails and bursts to life again and shows me a single balloon saying, delivered like it is proud. I pick up the binoculars and pivot the firefinder slowly because that's what your hands do here. Degrees around the circle, azimuth and numbers that feel like adult tools even when you don't use them for anything. The glass brings the far near with that mean clarity that always makes me a little queasy. The ridge beyond looks like paper with a zigzagged mountain line drawn along the top. A cut line shines like fresh scar. No smoke anywhere. A hawk out there slow and then faster, its wingtips like fingers. The valley's steam plant lets a white ribbon go that is the only thing moving in the entire picture. The white is too clean to be anything but legal. When I set the binoculars down, something small taps the glass behind me. The first time I don't identify it. The second time I recognize a lazy fly bumping the window, the constant rounded sound of a thing forgetting that transparent isn't passable. I don't even fake a sigh of relief. The radio breathes again. That click that means it's decided to be a presence. A voice comes out that is not the robot and is not bass. It is a repeat of my own last words, a fraction lower, with the edges of the syllables softened like they were carried through water. Up the tower. Signal, okay? It says it in my voice, and I feel something under my ribs grab hold of something else too fast and too hard. Then it goes into breath again and stops. When things go wrong in a radio, they do it in small ways first. A carrier stuck. A repeater sending something back that it shouldn't. I tell myself that. and picture the little relay at the ridge picking up something from a ham operator 50 miles east and dropping it as a present on this channel. It is not a comfort. I changed the channel quick enough to make my thumb hurt. The hiss on the other channel is a different quality of nothing. The logbook below my hand flips half a page in a draft that apparently exists, even if my face cannot feel it. The twine stretches. It opens to last year. The lookout then, someone named E, wrote small columns of numbers that mean temperatures and relative humidity, fuel moisture, things that keep the world from eating itself. Between them, from time to time, a sentence. Heard footsteps on stairs 0516, nobody at door. And again at 1207 when wind died. Later, radio picking up weird no AA voice. It said my name. I told Kay, and Kay laughed, said it happens up here sometimes. My mouth opens like a fish long past water. I make my own first mark, because not writing feels like a way to deny what is happening. And I have given up on denial as a lifestyle several times. 6 and 23. Climb. Wind stopped. No way a voice said my name, advised not to descend. Maybe maintenance? Maybe joke. The pen's ink is slow at first, then remembers work. My handwriting does not belong in this book, and there it is. Something vibrates under my left palm. The firefinder? No, the cab itself, a pulse through the wood. The whole structure speaks a small, definite word, not words I can hear, but the one that metal makes when taking a load. Then I hear it, a foot on the stairs below. Not mine, not a pine cone, not wind. A foot, a careful one. The kind of step you make when you are somewhere you respect enough to be quiet. The sound comes up through the central hatch like a memory up a well. One step and a pause. Another step and a pause. As if someone is matching the rate of my breath. I kneel and hook my fingers into the ring bolt that serves as the hatch handle and decide that I am brave enough to lock it. Bravery has nothing to do with it. The latch is a bar that swings. I swing it into place over the ring. It's a practical motion, hampered by hands that are suddenly sure they will drop things today. Hello? I say, and it is a joke inside my head when it leaves, and not a joke when it lands. My voice doesn't fill the room. It sits near my mouth and waits for me to approve it. Anyone else on the tower? The footfalls below are there and then not there. The not there is worse. The structural steel creaks like a bone with weather in it. If it is a person, if it is a ranger, or an idiot like me, they will say something back. I say, I'm in the cab, because it would be worse for someone to think they were alone and discover my face through a hatch. Nothing speaks back into that. The radio chooses to help by giving me a sweet Noah tone, that up and down song that means the voice is coming. It does tones long enough that my shoulders rise without my permission. The robot voice arrives respectably. A red flag warning remains in effect until 2,000 hours for dry lightning and gusty winds in the foothill zones. Then it pauses, leans forward, and says my full name again. If you are at elevation, shelter in place. Do not descend. It swallows a letter of place and coughs it up later the way cassette tapes used to. It adds a sentence that makes no sense in that mouth. Do not answer knocks. I put 2 fingers on the radio like if it has a head I can keep it from turning toward me. My father said once in a place that smelled like this place but wasn't, that voice isn't for you. It has to sound like it cares. That's the point. He said that about the calm on the scanner. The way men brought fate to your ear like it was nothing more than a thing to be noted. He didn't say my name in that tone then. He is not here in the way my brain is trying to drag him into this. The wind remains gone, and I am aware, now that I am in a square of glass and wood up here, how much of being human in outside spaces relies on other things moving. When the world holds perfectly still, the part of your head that has learned to measure safety by motion gets very quiet or very loud. The pines below put up a perfect picture. Nothing flickers in it. If a fire were coming from somewhere, the first thing you'd feel is heat that your skin didn't earn. There is nothing of that. The first thing you'd see is a lift in birds or a ribbon of something that is not fog. There is none of that either. The binoculars on their cord swing lightly because I bumped them, then swing again because something else in the room did. I grab them because I can control that at least. On the western horizon there's a bruise that might be cloud and might be someone burning a pile of slash where they shouldn't. I focus and the edges of that bruise are wrong for smoke too clean a top. A storm without rain walking its shadows out along the ridge line. Dry lightning is meanness embodied. The rocks out there will get hit and hold heat and smolder down into root systems and then laugh for days and then stand up in midweek and say, now and then men in yellow will run until they throw up and then run some more. I say this out loud because phrases that sound like my father live in me, and tonight that feels like having a hand to hold and also wrong. The radio chooses to breathe again. Copy? This time it is dispatch, if dispatch had been placed in a blender and poured back into its cup. A familiar starter. The voice that says, everybody breathe. Face forward. It becomes someone else halfway through the syllable my brain wants to be bass and breaks like a thin plate dropped. Who's on the tower? It asks. All the wrong voices at once and none of them meaning to be wrong. I am, I say, because I can't bring myself not to answer a direct ask. This is my name. Came up for signal. If this is dispatch, confirm. I hold my thumb hard on the transmit button because letting go feels like giving permission. Confirm, it says obligingly in me, and then turns into the no-way voice again like a drunk changing subjects. Remain. The radio snaps itself polite and quiet. The skin under my collar prickles. I turn the radio off because not doing that feels like a refusal to make a boundary. And I own boundaries now like a person who went to therapy and stared at their shoes on a couch. The radio stays on. It gives me no indicator that it is on. It is on. The slightly metallic scent of gear heating under light current floats up like a whispered secret. I take the battery out and put the battery back, the ritual move, and it feels exactly like using a cross in a place that does not understand that language. Below, a footfall on metal. That sound again. 2 steps. Pause. 1. A decision being made. I move to the hatch and lay my palm on the bar because I am now an actor in a play I didn't audition for. The bar feels unremarkable. The wood around it is warm. Something, not wind, moves air along the floor, a small inhale coming up the stairwell. It smells like metal and a little like wet stone even though the whole picture is bone dry. The knowing part of me gets up, puts its hands behind its back, and watches the rest of me work. There is a small mirror on the inside wall, thrown up into a corner where you could catch a glimpse of your face and decide if you're living with what it is doing today. My face lives there, damp around the hairline, white around the lips, eyes bigger than I can handle. Over my left shoulder, the catwalk shows a sliver of sky that someone forgot to wash. In the mirror, behind my head, the hatch handle moves a fraction, and then is still. When things move that little, they make me trust the building more and myself less. I need dispatch to say something human. I need any signal that isn't talking through a throat that isn't a throat. I put the radio down and lift the old, now decorative landline receiver that sits on a little wooden cradle as if there might still be copper. There isn't. Pattern learned from museums is a hard one to break. The handset is heavier than a lie. I put it back where it lives. I stand in the middle of the room and choose the next thing to do. Doing is important, and not everything that matters. There is a tin of matches near the stove. I take one and light it, because that's what I did in the chapel I fell into a month ago when the rain wanted company. I hold fire for a second, small, like a pet that cannot live where you live. It burns my fingers in that sweet way and I blow it out and the smell is human. I light the oil lamp for the same reason, a thimble of flame in amber glass. The cab tilts toward it like a moth, and maybe that's me. The logbook has turned itself, and I know it did because I am not that person yet who thinks this is about wind. The page it shows now is from late last season. E. Again. Heard it say my name in the weather voice 1610 and in my mother's voice 1615. Mist down the hollow, none up here. Footsteps. Knock at hatch. Did not answer. Do not answer knocks, someone had said to her in whatever voice she trusted, and she wrote it down because when you write something down, you can hold it up next to the other things and measure. Knuckles, lightly, on the hatch. It isn't a banging. It isn't insistence. It is someone inside a library who knows the rules. It is also someone who will let their voice carry and then pretend they didn't. 3 taps in quick time and then 1 after, as if to show you that yes, there is a person here, and no, they didn't mean to scare you. I breathe in through my teeth and hold it and breathe out slowly like I'm sitting on a floor with a person counting for me. I hear you, I say, after long enough that I know the person will think I didn't. I can hear you fine. The room isn't quite empty enough to hold my voice. I put the heel of my hand against the bar that holds the hatch shut and speak quietly so the air doesn't have to hold more than it's good at. If you need something, say what it is. What I want is for a human to ask me for water, or to ask where the trail down goes. What I want is, do you have a phone charger? Or, I dropped my glasses and I don't know where they went. I would take, I'm lost, the way you take a blow you can live with. A long second grows legs and walks around the space under the floorboards, and the hand on the other side of the hatch matches mine through the wood without touching. Then the Noah tones say hello again. I recognize finally the particular character of the hiss before them, the almost not there preamble of circuitry waking. The voice says, for the 3rd time, and in a voice that has decided to be mine and not mine both, this message is for my name. Remain in your current location. Do not descend. The danger is below. Do not respond to knocks. Do not make yourself visible at the windows. If your name is my name, do not answer any other name. Something in me wants to laugh because what would I be called? The lamp flame trembles the way it does when someone walks hard by it. The guy wires outside pick up their humming again for one long note and drop it. If I step to the window and look down, I will see nothing. If I step to the window and look down, I will see a person whose face I will want to understand. If I step to the window and look down, my body will do the compassionate thing and open the hatch. It is stupid to know myself this well and not be able to adjust. I go on my knees because the kneeling posture seems to make sense across buildings made for different things. I can see the cut iron around the hatch, where the paint has rubbed clean to metal with years of hands. There are words scratched into the paint in the way of bored heads. A heart, 2 initials, a date in an old style, then something else. More careful, the kind of scratching you do with the tip of a key when you want to leave a mark that doesn't look like a mark to anyone but you. Don't go down. I say it inside my skull without moving my mouth, and it is both a joke and a sacrament because the brain loves repetitions and fears them. The floor around me vibrates a fraction and then again. Footsteps move away down the stairs, deliberate now, not quite matched to my breathing. A pattern I can't predict but recognize. The not wind lifts a corner of the map on the desk. The oil lamp goes tall and then small and steadies. The radio goes to dead quiet, like something has been satisfied. I am aware of every hair on my arms like a field of small animals deciding whether to sit up. In the glass of the window panes I can see the reflection of the lamp and the reflection of the room, and the reflection of something that is not lamp and not room and not me, and I decide I won't try to parse what that is. I sit. Sitting feels like a decision, and decisions are good currency up here. I drink from the enamel mug, and the water is the exact temperature of holding your breath. I tilt the firefinder and spin it and set it back. I take the logbook and draw a tiny map of what I am inside. A square with 4 windows and a hatch and a desk and my name in one corner. The pencil drags because the paper wants to keep me here. I write 1649, footsteps on stair. Knock X3 +1. NOAA voice through unit, even with radio off. Advised to stay. Everything still. No visible smoke. Air feels... The word I want is held, and I don't want to put that down and see it later. So I write, weird. At 1703, something that might be thunder and might be a truck beyond the ridge says a single part of a sentence and no more. At 1707, my phone brightens and offers me a bar it didn't have and buzzes with a text that must have been in the pipes. You okay? Eli, 4 hours late with concern. Exactly the way we are with each other now that we have practiced not needing. I thumb back at the tower. Quiet. Radio being weird. He thumbs back the thing people say when what they want is to come rescue you and what they have is a sofa and a cat. Weird how? I start to type NOAA voice, said my name, and then delete it because I don't want him to think I'm performing fear. I type, just static. Might stay here till it passes. The word, it does a lot of work. The hand at the hatch returns, not trying the latch, just the weight of someone being in that posture where you think you can feel the person on the other side. The floorboard near the hatch sounds a low note like when you press a key on an old organ and let it think. I say, I'm not going to open. I know that's not helpful for you. And try to put the right weight of apology into it. There is nothing that answers but my own politeness, echoing back at me and my dislike of being a person who uses it like a shield. Night here comes all at once when it decides to. The bruise on the horizon takes the light with it. The lamp is now a hub, the glue that holds the room together. I move it to the desk and it throws a richer glow on the scraps of paper and the cup and the rag someone left. In the reflection in the window, I am in a place that could be anywhere. In the glass that faces the last of the day, I am in an elevated box in a place where if you fall, you will fall a long way and there will be no one to say, oh. The radio clicks, a small courtesy, the way a person clears their voice not to startle you, and says in a voice I know enough to make my fingers open involuntarily, kiddo, which is not a thing I allow anyone to call me anymore. Dad? I say into empty air and into 20 years ago and into this box. It is stupid and obvious. It is also what you do when a fist comes up through the floor with your string in it and pulls. Kiddo, he says again, and the radio makes the choice to find the exact timbre of his voice after a 12-hour shift. The one with the smile too heavy to carry up into the mouth. You listen to me. I want you to stay where you are. Do not descend. You don't answer the door, not in this weather. You do not let anything talk you down. This is not funny. I say to no one, anyone. I say it to a piece of plastic with a coil of wire and a switch. I say it to whatever black universe of not wind is made out of. And then I say, because not saying it would be a worse sin, and I am nothing if not bound by ghosts. If this is you, tell me how the scar on your chin happened. There is a pause. A soft thing in a throat tries to make a sound like a laugh. The radio says, blackberry bramble, in my father's voice, which is a thing he always said because pride walks with you like an uninvited dog. I fell into a blackberry bramble. He did not. He got it on a fire shelter can where it got sharp and unmarred whoever he pulled out. A fact he never told anyone because men like him think hero is a word that belongs to other people, and which my mother told me the day after he didn't come home because she needed someone to know what small thing he had failed at, and what he had done and how those were the same thing. Close, I say, and put the landline receiver back on its cradle again. The ritual now a nervous habit. Close, but no. I'm talking to a radio that doesn't respect off and a man who is not alive and whatever this tower keeps when the wind goes out of it. I sort my fear into piles, the kind that keeps you from stepping into the obvious bad thing, and the kind that keeps you from stepping into anything at all. I stack my body into the first pile. It is dark enough now that the windows are mirrors unless there is something bright outside to put itself where my face is. I stand to one side of each and look down, not at the stairs, but at the reflection. Bottom of the stairs, nothing. Second flight, nothing. Then I stop, because what I am calling nothing now is a way to make what is there manageable. Something rests on the third landing. A darkness that holds itself like a person holds themselves, waiting. It is the right size to be anyone. It does not move. So the part of your brain that recognizes living things by motion has to concede and let a different part work. That part does not help. The logbook is open again, and I did not open it. The entry that was not written when I came in is written now, in my hand, no matter how much I want to pretend it is someone who writes like me. 1813. Voices in radio, dads, knocking. It says don't. It says my name. I write my name down to see if it will stop. My name. The way the name looks on paper when it is mine and not someone else's call to come closer is both comfort and proof of nothing. The radio does tones again because it loves pattern as much as I do. Do not respond to knocks, says the calm voice. Do not respond to your name, remain in place. The warning expires at... It names a time that is not on any watch I own. It names a weather pattern for a county I have never lived in. It inserts a word I don't know, and then repeats it. It repeats it until the repetition makes the word look like itself. Inversion, inversion, inversion. The world holds a layer of something below me that people down there are breathing, and I am breathing a different layer, and all of that is both weather and metaphor, and I hate my brain for helping. I think, what if it is not the stairs but me? What if what it wants is for me to move toward it, not down, not up, just decide to move? What if it feeds on the first step, the idea that you came to an end? The candle in the lamp gutters and returns because that's what small flames do. I open the desk and find the spare chimney glass because the person who was E knew a thing or two and tucked the extra where a hand would find it in the dark. The dark is honest in that it is the same inside the cab and outside it. My phone gives itself a pathetic quarter circle of battery and enough signal to try to send a second photo of everything looking like itself. And I do it because I promised myself some time ago I would always leave a record where someone else could read it and measure whether or not I had learned anything worth reading. It probably won't go. That isn't the point. At some place that is not a time on a clock I belong to, I hear footsteps again. This time not up. Along the catwalk, a small test of the bolts. A person could circle the cab on the boards and put their hand on each window and see what kind of light would come out of the name they think is inside. The right-hand window picks up a smear, and it is the exact height my forehead would be if I were leaning to see out. It is not a clean smear. It is not a wet handprint. It is a slow, dull arc, as if something that never needed fingerprints wanted to leave one anyway. I put my back to the desk because it is the only piece of furniture that feels like a wall. The firefinder's ring is cool against my hip. My hands are damp and too warm at the same time. Okay, I say to the lamp, the desk, the tower, the voice, the person who never existed, the thing that you only get to talk to if the wind decides to lie down and die for a minute. Okay, you say stay, I stay. I stay. The storm out there moves sideways and takes its light show somewhere I cannot take pictures of it from. The lamp shrinks and I feed it and it grows and I watch it be hungry and call that caring for something. The voices in the radio represent themselves now only in the courteous click before and the extra moment that the speaker holds the idea of a voice in it afterwards. If I say my own name under my breath, the speaker hisses in sympathy and then is still. At some point, sleep tries to make a case. It is not safe to sleep, and the body is not interested in logic. My back protests the chair and then gives up and becomes part of it. Every snap the cab makes is an animal outside and then an animal inside and then the same board telling the truth. The hatch stays shut. The hand below stays its same weight on the fact that there is wood. If I do sleep, the dream is practical. Diagrams of how the ladder becomes the catwalk becomes the room with 4 windows, and how a person moves between those things. The drawing has arrows. The arrows all point up. A voice from somewhere says, okay. The next time the radio speaks in an actual sentence, it is the robot again, and it is talking to more than me. This has been a test of the emergency alert system, it says, in a tone that admits that this phrase was designed when panic was a simple straight line with an off switch. In emergency, seek additional information from trusted sources. It doesn't say trust me, and I think that is the kindest thing it has ever done. I do not know when the wind comes back, only that eventually I am back inside a living thing that carries sounds and moves hair across my neck and makes the guy wires sing their one happy note. The pines shake out their shoulders. A bird-late, confused militant makes one noise and then another like punctuation. I put my hand on the hatch bar and it is cool and functional, ready to do what it has always done. Keep a square of air on one side and a square of air on the other. Do I go? I ask out loud, because there is no point in making a secret of this part. The word go sounds like the word no in the cabinet of a room like this one. I would wait for the bell of a chapel to tell me what time to do things, if that were a thing that could happen in this world. Up here the bell is my body, and it isn't interested. The radio does not answer me, which is the only way I could move without wanting to reach down and swat it off the ledge. Down is what a person does when they plan to get home. Down is where the path is. Down is where the danger lives, said the voice that had a right to tell me whether I belonged to myself. I sit with that for another minute, because it doesn't change when you turn it over. I open the hatch and the air that comes up is just air, with a little spice of rust and old heat. I leave the bar half swung in case I change my mind and want to throw it back down. I put one foot on the metal of the ladder and the sound it makes does not answer a sound from below. It just is what it always is. Ring, ring. I put another foot down. I go one landing. I stop. I listen. The wind runs her full hand along the guy wires, and the whole tower answers at one harmonic that is practically kind. If something is waiting on the third landing, it will wait, or it will not. That sentence is what bodies learn to live with. There is a mark on the third landing, a scuff that wasn't there on the way up. The sign a heel leaves when it hesitates and half turns, and then decides to turn all the way and retreat. If you wanted to, you could say it's mine. If you wanted to, you could say it's an old mark I made into a new one by needing it to be. The rail is warm under my palm, and the light beyond is worse and better, because now the trees move again. I count landings, the way a person who has convinced themselves numbers are magic does. 7, 6, 5, 4. At 3, I stop because that's where the scuff is, and because stopping is how you measure if the world stops with you out of politeness or malice. It doesn't. It goes on. At 2, the smell changes for 1 second into wet stone again, and then back to dry iron. At the last, above the ground, I wait because the robot told me to, and because I am not good at not following instructions, even when they are stupid, even when no one will check my homework. I step down, and the dirt takes my foot like it has always been waiting to do that. The world is a picture of itself, path, gate, truck, sky with personality again. The tower exists behind me as if it is how God makes exclamation points for people who need punctuation right now. The radio is warm in my hand and doesn't talk to me about my name or anyone's. The stillness is gone like a person who was in the room and left with a smile you didn't notice until you thought about it later. I drive home because that is the choreography. The bar at the gate rattles the way it would if I had not been in a room where Wood had committed to telling me things in soft taps. The road gives the truck back to me in all its regular places. The first set of mailboxes outside the valley looks like it has always looked. A row of mouths. My phone gives me 2 signal bars, and then 1, and then 3, and then a banner that says, Wireless Emergency Alert. The tone that goes with it is the worst toy ever invented. The message says nothing that has not been said. Red flag warning extended, no fireworks, no. The typography falling apart on its way to me, then righting itself like a drunk catching the bar. At the first turn onto my street, the radio makes one more click and says my name like a person who knows it and can't help using it and then is done. The tower lives behind me like anything you make into a story that will hold you if you let it. I put the truck in park in my usual space. I sit with my hands on the wheel because there is nowhere else for them to be that isn't performative. That isn't admitting I am choosing any way at all. When I open my door, the wind pushes it back with ordinary impoliteness. The house smells like the house, like yesterday's coffee and pine cleaner, and the cat that belonged to Eli and not to me, but who still sleepwalks into my place sometimes and leaves hair in corners. I lean on the counter and listen to the refrigerator laugh in its throat. The hot water heater mourn the little life it had today. I set the radio down and it looks like a plastic thing, which it is, which most of this is. At the kitchen table, I take out a cheap notebook with the first 5 pages full and write the date at the top because anchors. I write, I climbed for a signal. The wind stopped. It said my name like weather. It told me to stay. I stayed. I did not open. I didn't look down, and then I did and saw what I expected to see except for the part that wasn't what I expected. I write, if it happens again, the things I know now. Stay when the wind dies. Don't answer. Don't speak my own name out loud like a magic trick I don't own. Outside, the trees make the kind of sound that reminds you they were here first. The cat does not arrive, which is also fine. The radio is quiet in a way that feels chosen. I turn the lamp off and sit in the dark until the room comes forward and tells me where it ends. If I hear steps in the stairwell of my apartment building later, I will count and decide whether that is a neighbor or something else that learned me on a tower in a place that keeps what you say when you thought nobody was listening. I don't have an ending for this part. I am waiting to see who takes the next step first. The wind will let me know. The radio will hiss exactly enough. I will hear my name and I will not. I will decide when to answer. That is the whole shape of the night. That is what I try to tell myself matters. The screen door is hung on springs that remember every hand that's pulled them. When I push through, the spring croons and the mesh drags just enough across my sleeve to feel like fingers. The door touches the stop and bounces, a nerve I didn't know I had twanging. Inside, the air is cooler, stale in a way that suggests the windows got cracked in June and left that way until the last person with keys got tired of negotiating with the wind. Map tacks tremble when the door's weight transfers to the frame. 3 bright-headed ones, red and 1 blue, quiver in their little patterns on the county map. Somebody had run cotton twine from one to another, triangles and a long line across the top of the map that could be a ridge or a piece of thinking I'm not qualified to read. There's a dust film on everything that shows that movement isn't a regular occurrence in here. The tacks moving is not dramatic. It's just enough to say this and not nothing. The ranger station is the kind that got built once and then used forever because nobody had the budget for a second idea. Concrete pad, clapboard walls that have been painted different shades of green and brown and back to green again. The front room is half office, half kitchen desk with a dent where elbows gathered, a fridge that hums like it misses being loud, a calendar curled at the top left and arrested in a month we had 6 or 7 months ago. The plywood floor has been scrubbed so many times the grain lies flat like hair. The mouse smell is here but not brave. It lives in corners and under the sink and makes no attempt to be the first thing you meet. My boots do the thing boots do on old wood, announcing my weight like it matters. The windows set into the front look out on a grass patch that used to be a yard and is now mostly sedge and last year's seed heads, then the track I walked in on, then a line of firs that were here before the idea of a ranger station was. Past them, the road bends toward a gate with a sign that says locked during fire risk and another one that says no shooting that has been shot. On the wall behind the desk, under the map, there's a pegboard with tags that say in and out with a hole for a peg to hold them. All the pegs are out, which is the kind of joke you make with yourself when you work alone and want to pretend you don't. Below that, a whiteboard with faded ghost lines where incident briefings got written and wiped and written again. Someone drew a smiley face in the corner and then erased it, and the ghosted grin is stuck in there anyway. The logbook lies open on the desk. It's the kind bound with black tape that cracks and stings your fingers a little when you turn it. Thick paper, pencil indentations like Braille. My hand goes to it because you always touch the log first. The page is the right date. I know because I checked my phone in the truck before the drive up and rolled my eyes at the day like that would change it. Today, in the middle of the page, in pencil that looks fresher than anything else in here, there's a line. Visitor arrived early. I look over my shoulder like a person in a mirror. It's not embarrassing. It's that kind of impulse you have when the world says your name without saying your name. I think of bad jokes. Do you want me to come back later? I say none of them out loud because speaking is bigger in here than out there, and I haven't decided if I want to notify anything of my existence. All the other entries on the page are older, written a week ago, a month ago. They're ranger notes weather. One tire on the side-by-side looks soft. A note about a herd of cattle pushed up against the fence at mile marker 12. The gate on Kelsey Spur needs chain. The handwriting switches and then switches back. There's a name at the top of the page for whoever had responsibility for this week. It's just an initial and a last name, J. Salazar. I don't know the person. The pencil line that says visitor arrived early is a different hand to J. Salazar's other careful, blocky notes. It's my father's. Not the exact shape of it. I'm not that superstitious or that sentimental. But the same speed, the same soft swing where the R is supposed to be pointy, an imitation or an accident. Rain would make sense here. It does not rain. The sky outside is a washed blue with a single lint cloud snagged on the top of the ridge in a way that suggests it will appear in this position in a dozen of my memories. The barometer on the wall, an old one with a brass ring and a little ship on the face to let you feel like you are at the sea and not in pine country, says falling in caps. And someone wrote, "That thing lies," mostly in girl handwriting under it years ago. I say, "Hello," in the least stupid way I can manage. It comes out and lies on the desk like a piece of paper I did not fold correctly. A fly somewhere under the lip of the counter takes that moment to become busy. The refrigerator motor buzzes, coughs, keeps going. There's a radio on the shelf above the desk. Black brick, mic clipped to a coil on its side. The mic's coiled cable is cracked like old licorice. The set is plugged into the wall and shows 12V on its little digital face. Somebody left it that way, and power still runs out here because the meter on the post by the driveway spins slowly like a doe's ear. I thumb the radio switch because doing something beats doing nothing. It wakes up with a sound that is mostly other people somewhere else talking to each other. Copy that, in a bored voice. Unit 4 at the crossing, and possible ignition at mile 60, which is not our county, not our anything. But repeaters carry their gossip wherever they like. There's a NOAA Weather Channel slot, too. And it coughs out a woman whose calm makes me want to set something on fire just to ruin her evening. Red flag warning remains in effect until 2100 for hot, dry, and gusty conditions. That cadence never changes, no matter where you stand in the state. I flip back to the channel with the locals. Silence fills the gap like pudding. I set the mic down and it knocks against the desk softly. A domestic sound that makes me want to apologize to no one. The logbook shows the note I already saw, and then, because I'm looking for it, a faint smear under the line like someone rubbed a finger over fresh pencil to see if it would smudge. The map tacks tremble again without my having done anything like slamming a door. One blue tack shifts microscopically in its hole. The twine draped over its head twitches like a lived thing. With the feeling that I am indulging the part of me that would have a field day even if I were more tired than this, I lean over the map. The blue tack marks the amphitheater, really just a flat, sandy loop where people used to camp for free before somebody decided free was an invitation. The red ones line the river like Button's boat ramps, bridge, access points. A series of little pencil ticks in the margin notes years and names, and once a heart next to something that says K plus J, River Swift today, do not try skiff over riffle 2011. Visitor arrived early, I say again. Tiny, as if it matters whether the sentence is in my mouth or the book. The station's front window shows the grass outside going one way and then deciding to go another. This is a place wind decides things for you or begs you to pick a side. The porch boards creak absent-mindedly. The screen door clicks as if the spring is correcting itself for the bump I gave it. I don't know what I thought I would find out here besides a room with leftover air and view. The drive up had felt like the right thing to do after the phone call from my aunt that turned into 3 hours of history thrown at my head. Your father loved that place. He said that wall heater carried him through a winter. He used to line his boots on the porch, and I'd driven because the world around my house kept shoving rooms at me I needed to vacuum, and this wasn't that. The road had been all squirm and washboarded corners. Then the little split where a sign that used to say River Access now says ERR AXE because someone stole the missing letters for a joke. There is a row of hooks next to the door with labels burned into a strip of wood. Gate, cache, FS9, stove. Only 2 hold anything. A key that might be for the gate, black with age and a head worn smooth by thumb, and a wood stove handle rhyme where cast iron broke off long ago and someone made do. My father used to put his hat there, particular always about where he left his hat. He had 3 in rotation, straw, wool, and 1 with ear flaps that made him look like he was trying not to be cold while being extremely cold. He put them on hooks and told us to put everything like we mean it where it belongs. The wood handle on the stove peg is polished where too many hands have learned the lesson after. I open the wood stove door because I might be that person who goes for proof like a raccoon goes for shiny things. Cold ash. 1 half-burned piece of newspaper with the obits. A single dog hair, pale. That feels like pain for a reason I don't want to pick up. I close it. The door to the back hall is crooked where the house settled, which makes the hinge complain when I move it. The hallway is 5 steps long and holds all the other lives of the building. A rack of battered McLeods and shovels, a laundry sink with a big ring of iron staining it orange, a corkboard with index cards pinned to it. The index cards are lists of things that aren't here now. Propane delivery dates, a mechanic's number, a note in block print that says White Truck W Dog stopped 3X. The hand that wrote that pressed too hard. The graphite glitter enters your hand from the card if you touch it. The bunkroom door is open. The beds are stripped and the mattresses curl slightly as if trying to come around people who aren't here. 1 pillow remains. It has a case, floral mismatch, clearly from someone's actual house. On the table next to the bed there's a mug with a chip in the rim and a ring of dried coffee a child could make and photograph about. On the wall, a faded Hazards of the Season poster with a cartoon bear showing a family of tiny cartoon humans, a cartoon poison oak leaf. A baseball cap on the upper bunk reading Go Fish in a font that was popular for exactly 8 months in 1997. I hear steps in the main room and then tell myself I heard the building adjusting and the refrigeration cycle in the fridge shifting. The steps are human though. 1, a pause, a second, a weight that knows boards and doesn't want to be heavy. My hands go flat against the door. The universal posture for every ridiculous moment like this. Then, because not facing whatever is walking around in your world seems worse, the step toward the doorway out of the hall is one of those steps that feel like they have already happened. No one is there in the main room. The chair behind the desk has the little dished shape in the seat that's just ergonomic design, but if I let my head do this, it looks like someone got up too quickly and left an impression of themselves. The logbook is not where I left it. It has been moved 3 inches toward the edge of the desk. The pencil which had been beside it is now smack in the middle of the open page and not parallel to anything. The page now says a second thing. Not below the line about me, not above. Between. Same pencil, same hand as that not quite my father's. Visitor moved. I look at the graphite, at the smudge, at the little oval of an O that can be mine if I tilt my head. I touch the page and come away with a gray smear on my fingertip. Freshness is a concept that seems silly in a building that tries to hold a straight face about everything. Freshness nonetheless. If this is a game, someone is very good at it, and also just out of frame. I go to the door fast enough to make the screen door spring complain again. The porch boards meet the soles of my boots like a handshake. The yard is as it was. The grass does not list to the left as if pursued by a person to the right. The dirt in the driveway does not remember the exact pattern of tread that would prove someone ran. The gate sits where the gate sits with its weathered lock and its sign. If there is a vehicle, it is where I cannot see it, and I want to keep it that way. The sound of the map tacks thinking about it again gets louder because now I am listening. Before they were a little whisper. Now they are a conversation I wasn't invited to. One redhead trembles twice, then drops from the map and hits the desk with a pip. I don't want to put it back because that would be wrong in a way I cannot articulate. On the wall above the pegboard, someone hung a framed photo of a crew in yellow facing the camera and trying to muster smiles. The photo is old. The edges have gone that particular shade of brown you get from nicotine and sun. The dates scrawled on the mat with a Sharpie were probably written by the person who took the photo. 2003, and then a list of names. There is my father's last name among them, common last name. It could be someone else's father. On the far left of the row, a man is half caught turning away, and the motion blur catches his mouth open in an expression I could call a laugh or a warning. The man next to him has a hand on his shoulder. The hand could belong to a lot of people. The thought of recognizing the hand is the kind of thing your brain does when it has too much or too little oxygen. A mouse skitters behind the baseboard and decides to make a dignified exit behind the fridge. The radio coughs and gives me a carrier without voice. I think of what the NOAA lady would be saying if I were listening. Heat advisory, wind, dry fuels, leave the area if instructed. This place was built to flip from everyday to incident command in a heartbeat. The pegboard tags, the whiteboard ghost lines. Every flat surface will hold a map under plexiglass at the first sign of smoke. The map moves backwards toward the past. A little part of me watches myself think that sentence and sighs like, fine, we're doing this. The twine shifts, dragging a second tack a millimeter to the right. The new line that makes once my head is committed to seeing lines goes straight through the ranger station and out toward the ridge behind. There is a USGS control marker out there. I remember it because someone brought me here as a child and told me not to step on it because it was like stepping on someone's throat. Children learn too much at those ages. The map's line passes right through where I imagine the bronze disc would be if the entire county map were laid out in scale under the desk. I pick up the logbook pencil because that is the thing I am able to do. I write. Found this open. Page for today says I arrived early. Who wrote that? It is the kind of note people leave as a joke in guest books in cabins. Thank you to the mice for company. It doesn't get at the part of my chest that is standing up and looking around. The pencil moves across the paper without my hand being attached to it. There is no other way to say that and not sound like a person trying to sell a story to a bad magazine. It skitters for half an inch like a wind gust took it, and then a dot appears at the end of my question mark that wasn't there yet, and then a line. We wrote it, the pencil makes, in my father's speed. Arrived early. Early is better. Sit. The pencil lifts and drops and rolls a quarter turn like a child let go of a toy, and it found its natural stop. Okay, I say out loud to the desk, the pencil, the impulse to count, the air. Okay. The backing paper under the calendar catches a breath and exhales. The refrigerator kicks off like it's going to get a cigarette and leave me alone for 5 minutes. The room without mechanical noise has the tone of a conch shell held to your ear as a child. and your aunt says you're hearing the ocean, and you can make yourself believe you do. If I were to leave right now, the worst thing is that I would be a person who drove up to a thing that scares them, got scared, and drove away. If I stay, I will be a person who is either very stupid or very brave, and I have always preferred to think of myself as falling in the middle in a way that is not flattering to either side. The door on the back wall, the one to the equipment room, the one that has a sign that says "Employees Only" that looks like it came from a long-closed ski rental, gapes a fraction. The sign moves slightly and then stops. I step toward it because not stepping feels sillier, and because the last person who stood in this doorway was probably looking for a wrench or a roll of flagging or a sense of ownership. The equipment room smells like rubber and gasoline and iron in the way only places that hold chainsaws and hose and that weird green hand soap do. There's a wire shelf with plastic tubs labeled so clearly you can see the person who did it in your head. Spare gloves, bug dope, roll pins, structural hardware. A sparrow has left a small nest up in the corner of the rafters, and the nest is empty now. Downy stuck in the straw like a thought that came too early to be useful. There's a basement. It's more of a crawl space with stairs down into it, but someone took the time to frame a square hole and put stairs into it, and that means people used it for more than storage. The door to it is shut, and a chain goes through the handle and into the frame, and someone wrote "No" directly on the wood in black marker, and then put a piece of duct tape over the word, as if to be polite. The chain moves a fraction when I stand beside it, the way a chain does when energy goes into wood. I do not touch it. There's living and there's taunting, and I know the difference today. Another pencil message appears on the logbook, even though my back is to the room where the desk lives. The sound is the lightest whisper of lead and paper making their small arrangement. I turn because I am not a person who believes in giving the back of my head to things. Sit, it says again. Do not open. Early is good. Wait for us. The U.S. is a small thing. A small shape filled in with a kind of pressure that would make me put a quarter on the pencil to keep it down if I were trying to be practical. If a person wanted to get me to die in a building in the woods, there are dozens of better ways than this. If a building wanted to keep my attention, it has it. I take the chair behind the desk. The seat offers up someone else's shape, and the wood complains and then gives in the way tar warms to your foot. My hands go to the pencil because it is a handle, and I have always been an overuser of handles. Who is we? I say. Because the negotiation is going to happen whether I say it out loud or not, and I am tired of having conversations inside my head that I could just as easily put into the air. Caretakers? The pencil puts down as if the word had been cued and just needed a stage. Watchers. Fire watchers. Gate watchers. River watchers. The pencil lifts an edge and drops. You arrived early. Us, late. The word late gets pressed a little too hard. A tiny rip in the paper at the end of E that I know I will look at 6 hours. From now and touch with my thumb. What happens if I leave? I ask because that is the slope I am standing on. The maps on the wall breathe in. Another red tack lets go and falls. Somewhere, a squirrel tells another squirrel a lie. The pencil moves. You will arrive later. This is not a threat. Please wait. The please is tidy in a way that makes me think of someone smoothing a collar for someone else and not because they are in love. The radio tries on a voice that is not the weather lady. Unit 9, it says, in an echoing, wobbly tone, like the mic has been submerged. Unit 9 copy. It does not mean me. It says the words in a pattern I have heard 100 times on 100 mountainsides, and the cadence goes under my skin and sits. The mic on the coil is a black thing that feels like the head of a snake when you hold it. I pick it up because leaving it there feels like making eye contact too early at a party. Pressing the button is muscle memory, even if the largest amount of radio time I ever did was long ago in someone's passenger seat pretending not to listen hard to everything that happens when adults talk like they are going to fix it. Station, I say. Because calling this a station feels right even if what I am probably talking to is a repeating mountain or a radio tech eating his sandwich. Got a visitor? Me? The log says I arrived early. You got eyes on anyone coming up? I am asking about a ranger's white truck in that tone that pretends you're asking about nothing of consequence. The last time I heard my father do that, there was a lightning start 2 miles off and somebody's cows rolling into a fence. Copy, the radio says obligingly, and then loses its mind and says my first name in exactly the way my father said it when I was small and too close to the river. That warning that sounds like a song if you don't know what love is. My throat makes a narrow thing inside itself, and I manage not to answer to it like a dog. The radio coughs again and offers up Noah. Winds 15 to 20, gusts to 30 after 5 p.m., humidity 16% and falling. Avoid spark-producing activities. The spark I am today sits politely where it has been put. On the logbook line where the pencil mentioned caretakers, someone me writes back, when? The pencil returns as if it went to get coffee and sits down refreshed. Dusk. We like dusk. You came before. Good. The words are so odd and so exactly the sort of thing my aunt would say when we arrived early for a dinner she had no appetite to handle, and it was easier to set the table when the house still had light in it. I go to the window and stand to one side. The yard shows me nothing I didn't see the first 20 times. The gate is still a gate. The road is a line that brings things and takes them away. The trees are dignified in a way that is almost unkind. 2 deer in the edge of the far field move their ears and decide they are not involved with me. A band-tailed pigeon makes an over-ambitious landing and gets itself together with as much grace as it can muster. There is no white truck. There is no truck of any color. There is no person walking with their hands in their pockets because they were told the radio is being weird, and that means go on a walk and check if weird is a new version of a thing you already know. The old wall clock does not work. It sits at 9:13 with an ugly 50-year-old face. The minute hand jumps a tiny step forward like a muscle twitch. I watch it too long. It does not move again. The barometer's needle is not where it was. Falling is a circle that you could call preordained if you wanted to dress this in words like that. I put water on from the jug for coffee because I am a person. Bubble and pour, and the grits smell like a pantry from a childhood that belongs to someone else. The mug that says USFS and has a chip that digs exactly into the side of your mouth numbs that spot like a tiny necessary cruelty. I don't know if I like the taste or the memory of the taste, but hot is hot and the opposite of dry. Near 5, the light starts to thin. It isn't dramatic. It's a gentle subtracting until the corners of the room hold themselves apart from the middle. It occurs to me that dusk is probably whenever dusk decides to be wherever it is, not the thing my phone insists upon. The pencil writes that word again, as if we are both practicing letters. Dusk. I clench every part of my body against smiling at an inanimate object without derision. I mostly succeed. The screen door announces itself. The latch taps the frame, quiet like someone made an effort. A shadow falls across the doormat, not long, not waving. Someone is on the porch. The wood doesn't give like for a heavy person, but the change in pressure is inside my teeth. I stand without thinking. The radio kills and revives in the same breath like a bad CPR demonstration. Station, a voice says. A man's trying to be casual and missing. Heard your call. You got a visitor? This is a normal sentence. My body does not respond normally to it. That would be me, I say. Just me. The shadow on the mat shifts. The person outside doesn't knock. He sets his weight near the edge of the board and waits. If I talk into the radio mic for too long, the person outside will hear me and have the information they need. If I talk too little, the person outside will hear me and need more. Choices are a series of distances I never get good at measuring. Who am I talking to? I ask, because a name is the easiest kind of anchor. If he says the wrong one, I can hang up and suffer in silence, and that will be my victory for today. Unit 12, he says, which is not a name, and is once again the kind of joke people make with themselves when they can't say the vulnerable thing. Out of the valley. The valley is a place that leads to the river, but also a way of saying I belong here. I'm on your porch. I can see that, I say, because pettiness is like a chapstick in my pocket, always available. You've got a name? There's a pause, and in that pause, the pencil on the desk writes, fast, dramatic, as if it got excited. Do not open, not ours. 2 words it underlines twice. Not ours. The chain to the basement door clinks as if remembering a fact. Javi, the voice says, in a voice that suggests the man knows people always think he looks like an Aaron. He might be Jay Salazar, and I am not thrilled with the possibility that I am going to have to trust a being with 2 variables. Sorry. He laughs once, a small breath. Thought I'd check. Gate was open. The gate was open? I repeat for my own brain. It was not, my head says, rock solid, the one part of me I'm going to believe without proof this hour. Yeah, he says, and then in a lower voice without moving the mic from his mouth. You alone? It could be a courtesy. It could be a warning. I don't get to know. Who opened it? I ask. And even I hear how this sounds. I am building a wall of semantics and hoping it catches whatever's crawling toward me. Visitor, he says, in a pleasantly meaningless way. The word rotates in my stomach like an egg I don't want to look at too closely. He shifts foot to foot outside. Leather squeaks, dry. Can you come to the door? The pencil scribbles now like a dog worried about the couch leg. Do not open. Not ours. Wait, watchers. The word ours should annoy me with its proprietary tone. It does not. It is the exact word I want to be on the right side of. This station is closed, I say, clear, as if reading a line from a training manual. No visitors at this time. I'm not a visitor, he says. I'm a ranger. The last word is small and proud. I have no idea if that's true. The only thing I know is that the person who writes in graphite would have used the word crew or unit or called himself by initials and expected me to know. Wouldn't mind a glass of water, he adds, which is either human or textbook or both. Water's bad, I say, because I am now deep enough into this that I will say anything to get the tone I want in someone else's mouth. Pipes are out. This is true in its own way. The pipes rattle when I tap them because they think they have water in them, and they do not. The radio and the door voice are now 2 ways of talking to the same boy at the edge of a swimming hole pretending to be older than he is. The radio says, copy. But it is 8 different voices stacked, and the composite makes it impossible not to think of men talking over each other in a way that means nobody listened. The door voice says, if you could come out, that would be great, which is what someone has told him to say in a scenario you get trained for and then never meet. The sunlight has gone a step to the left. Dusk has arrived without asking permission. The world outside turns that color where your eyes decide they will call it a color even if your brain would appreciate a different name. The trees hold themselves like old women waiting to see who will make the first mistake. Whatever in me isn't a brain answers the part of the room that kept writing. I wait. I do not open. I do not hand a man the water in the jug. The jug looks surprised about that, its clear side bulging, the air bubble inside reaching up like a child. I am a person in a room with a pencil that has been moving without my hand. I am a person whose father had a job where radios made more of his voice than we did. I am the kind of idiot who goes to places left alone and imagines there will be a plan written on the wall for her. There is today. It's in ridiculous words and ridiculous small graphite, and it feels as much a plan as anything else has this year. It says wait. It says do not. It says watchers. The figure on the porch shifts like he can hear the thinking in here. The screen door taps again as if someone let their breath out. I think of the word arrive rotated on its strange axis. I think of early as a word that belongs to bread and trains and a new grief. I have amount of time I can imagine waiting. I extend it beyond what I am good at. I put my palms flat on the desk and leave them there because that feels like putting my name down in a book. The man on the porch tries again. "Ma'am," he says, more official, and I swallow the fact of the word like a burr. "I need to speak with you." The pencil writes once more and is done. "Close your eyes when the light goes entirely. Count. We will knock with this rhythm, 3 and 2. Do not answer any other knocks. The smallness of the letters on the last line make my mouth a hard line too." The pencil underlines "do not." It breaks a little. The graphite tip shards and an unremarkable sliver of pencil lead goes onto the desk and sits there not being important. Outside, the voice waits for my answer in the way a person waits, unhelpfully. The room darkens the next half shade and then another. The radio protects me by choosing only to be a block of black plastic. Up the wall, the barometer needle declines to say it lied. In the hallway, the chain on the basement door lifts and falls once like a breath. There is a very small knock close by on wood desk. "Window?" And my heart thinks it can turn and run without taking me. If a building can grin, this one does not. If a building can tell you it is paying attention, this one does it wordlessly, and the words it does not use are mean and precise. I close my eyes because that is a thing I can do that costs nothing and will possibly make a set of men disappointed or relief itself into my shoulders. 1, 2, 3, a knock, soft, then soft again, then a breath, and 2 soft more. I open my eyes. The light holds steady at the edge where a floor dissolves into itself at night. The door remains a door. The shadow on the mat is an idea. The pencil sits on the desk like a light trap. There is a room in my head already making a report about this that I will never turn in. I put my fingertips on the logbook and feel the cool of the paper. I do not open. I count to 10 and back. I listen and wait to know which sound will decide to match me, and which will open a conversation I don't want, and which will come sit in the corner and do nothing at all. That decision, like every other one today, may or may not belong to me. I wait to find out. The trail had gone thin and unserious 3 miles back, just 2 pale tire ruts with a center stripe of grass, then a deer path, then a memory. I wasn't really following anything by the time I felt the spot where the ridge should break. My phone had a single fang of signal that came and went like a hummingbird. The weather was the kind that would tell you what season it wanted to be if it could make up its mind. Pine, granite, a theme of dry. If a creek was close, it was shy about it. The roof edge showed first, a slanted dark rectangle under the shoulder of a fir. Then the lean-to. It was actually more than that. Someone had bothered to notch logs and lay them true against an older stone face, then extend a shed roof out far enough to pretend to be hospitable. The front was open to the air. The back was rubble and a low door that would make a taller person feel like they were entering an idea instead of a room. I stood at the edge of the clearing and let my eyes learn the place. You can feel if a thing has been used recently in the way light behaves around it. This place was worn but not gone. A stovepipe poked out of the roof and held a black ringed cap like a hat on a small man. The stove itself square, iron, legs like a mule's. The door embossed with a brand nobody had seen in a catalog since 1950 sat on a piece of slate inside. When I pushed the stove door open with my knuckle and leaned in, the smell came up. Not warm, but present. Old smoke, old fat, that metallic, sweet note of something that burned too slow. I find a lean-to off the trail. Stove still smelling of old smoke. A snare hangs by the door with a fresh, clean twist that wasn't there when I circled once. The snare was just a loop of wire hung from a nail in the door frame, the noose flattened into an oval by years of hands. When I first walked around the front of the lean-to, the wire lay slack against the wood, and the twist that makes the loop had a frayed kink near the tail, like a hangnail. When I came around again, from the side, from where the granite shoulder broke into a little outcrop, and I could see down the slope into tamarack and a leaning alder with bark scar. There it was, bright wire, kink gone, twist done, neat and smooth like someone had pinched it with a new pair of pliers. Also, a curl of fine hair caught in the loop, pale, almost nothing, but new enough to catch light. I stayed where I was. Air moved in the snagged place in the trees, and then didn't. The sense of being observed is an old thing in our bodies. I told myself that snare wire remembers coil shape from when it lived in a roll, and sometimes decides to act like it. I told myself the wires in my head doing their own twist was the more likely culprit. Inside, a dirt floor tamped into something like stone, a shelf made from 2 planks bowed by years, a salt block in a tin coffee can, a pack rat's midden-turn museum. Someone had left a jar with a screw cap, and inside it a handful of matchbook covers with brands I thought dead. Eagle Oil, Wolf Fix, a cartoon fisherman with a cigarette. The first thing I noticed after the smell was the quiet. Not silence, you never get that, but the particular sting of this kind of quiet. No planes, no train, no highway hum, no bunting of far cars on a Friday. The trees were making their own slow language with themselves, and mostly it didn't include me. I like structures like this because they know what they are. No pretension. A dry place to get under if weather remembers where you are. A place where hands have held the same old tools and made the same old decisions. Do we stay? Do we go? Do we eat? Do we leave a thing for the next? It felt like the kind of spot a father would have called a good hide while pretending he wasn't thinking of other hides. The back room past the low door was hardly a room at all. Rocks for a wall on 2 sides, logs for the other 2. A piece of canvas nailed along the top to keep the wind from telling you its thoughts. On the wall next to the door, someone had left a spiral of pencil marks, the kind you make with the stub when you're thinking. On the opposite wall, 1 long vertical line and 4 short crosshatches, like the world's smallest tally. A nail held a coil of wire that wasn't snare wire, but was twine done up the way careful people do twine. A cracked camp plate with a blue rim sat on the shelf with a spoon that had been bent at the neck and bent back and bent again. No animal had lived here for a while in the way animals declare themselves. No fresh scat, no wet dog smell, no pellet patterns in the corners. Mice, sure things with smaller statements, but not a current resident. The log at the threshold had been worn down by boots over years, a shallow bowl in the top where the middle of a foot falls. My boot made a new mark that looked exactly like everyone else's, and I liked that. Something about joining lines. Leaning against the leg of the stove was a splitting maul with half its handle taped. The tape was older than me and proud of it. The head was dark with sap from a different place. I set my pack down and the little shakes from the straps made dust leap and then decide to settle again. I took the old enamel cup near the stove and rinsed it with the water I had out of superstition rather than necessity. The cup was stained and pretended not to be. I poured a little into the bottom of the stove and it hissed and gave me back 1 more little breath of old heat. A notebook lay under a mouse-nibbled piece of canvas. It was the black composition kind, marble cover worn to gray. Inside, somebody had tried to turn it into a ledger and failed by page 3. Dates. Account of something that could be traps, could be days, could be dollars. The hand changed halfway through and then again. Names you only find at land ends in this country. A line on 1 page. Left 5 days early, snow came back. Another. Do not whistle after dark, he whistles back. Do not answer. I made the face people make when things line up in a way that is not meaningful until you decide it is. I looked back at the snare, and it looked like a piece of anything in a place like this, used until it wasn't, left to tell its story to bark. It hung very still. I felt watched again. I squatted and tied my bootlace slowly on purpose. I stood and walked around the lean-to leisurely like a person not needing to prove anything. The snare wire had a new bend in it that put the loop a half-inch wider than it was. I put my fingers near it without touching. The wire held quiet. The hair on it, that fine, pale, nothing stuck to my skin with static when I got close. I rubbed my fingers on my jeans and stood all the way up. A ridge of cloud had thrown itself over the top of the world while I was inspecting dirt. The light shifted, and with it my sense of time. If I were very wise, I would say I didn't want to get caught here in weather that changes its mind. If I were very foolish, I would think that was the exact reason to stay. A throat cleared somewhere behind the rocks where the back wall meets the slope. Or a frog did, a dry frog, an animal noise that was convincingly not human until the second time. Then there's that thing bodies do when they hear a second event. They say the first one meant this all along. The second throat was smaller. A marten, maybe, a rabbit refusing to say so. I told myself about animals. The list of animals in my head got longer than it needed to be, and none of them seemed to fit. I leaned against the stove because when you lean against something, you claim it politely. The wind came up. It came up all at once, like someone released it from under a rock. The stovepipe made a long kettle noise. The canvas over the back doorway lifted and dropped, and the nails along the top creaked like old teeth. The smell of old smoke thickened. Not like a chimney drawing wrong. More like the stove had decided to remember something expensive. The ledger notebooks in places like this are always full of the same desperate half-advice and inside jokes left for future versions of yourself you won't meet. I picked it up again because words are rooms too. Someone had drawn a map of this exact space on one page, a child's simple outline of a square with a rectangle hooked to it like a cartoon house, and then a circle out front labeled pot, because the old iron kettle used to hang there on a hook to warm. On the margin, a list. 2 good sets down by choke point, one sprung by friend. Friend capitalized and underlined. Do not reset friend's work. Under this note, a row of little circles, each pierced in the middle so they looked like eyes. So much for telling myself stories that made sense. My phone vibrated in my pocket. One of those ghost buzzes it does when it can hear a tower whisper its name but can't get a word in. I pulled it out and got a text banner from the person I had texted hours ago. A friend not in the way of the word as used in the ledger. Just a person I send pictures of awful food to and they send me cats doing yoga. Stay weird, the text said, and then take water. I typed and erased twice. Found a cabin. Smells like Granddad. Weird twigs. Did not send. The feeling that if I sent it, I would get a reply like a hand through a wall and then have to adjust my entire sense of the day. A small note of metal sang. I don't know how to describe it except to say if you put a fingernail on a clean wire under tension and pulled very lightly, you would get that exact sound. Not the snap of a set. Not the flurry of wire losing. The sound of a loop becoming slightly more loop. I turned my head and the snare was now a circle as perfect as the end of the pencil behind my ear. The twist held. The hanging tail had been brought through itself in a way I didn't know how to name without becoming instructional. I felt a thing then that I will only describe by admitting its shape, the exact sensation of being bait. Fear is one part animal and one part story, and when they meet right, it is like a chemical in your blood no doctor invented yet. There's a space behind the lean-to where rock and duff make a shallow cave, and something lived there, often plenty of flat ground. A log someone had dragged in ages ago to sit on. A pile of pine cones shredded open like nobody taught the squirrel to eat politely. I crouched there and watched the thin rain start to stitch the clearing with lines. The roof did its part. It made a sound that told you how big the drops were and how far apart and how long this was going to be. A whistle came from downslope. Not a human one. Not at first. more a snag whistling when wind went past. Then the second time it caught a human shape before it finished. I thought about the ledger's line. "Do not whistle after dark," he whistles back. I am not a person who whistles, not even for dogs. I became very specifically glad of this personal failing. The stove woke another note, and this time the smell of smoke wasn't just old. It had a present tense. You can tell the difference because your sinuses decide to pay attention to the back of your tongue. I opened the stove door again and held my hand inside. Cold, if ashes can be said to have a temperature by themselves. I put the cup in as if offering a thing to something that lived there. If a trick works in chapels and towers and kitchens, it will work here. I gave it back to itself. The snare was now two. One doubled off the first nail. A second loop the exact size of the first, hung with care off the end of the same hook like somebody had properly nested a thing for storage. I had not taken my eyes off the clearing long enough for this to happen. That sentence is both true and completely unhelpful. "Okay," I said to the sawdust, to a very old mouse that peeked and decided not to show me its life story. "Okay." It didn't matter if the building or the person or the idea that came before wanted me to be calm. The word was for the part of my spine that had got up and left me early and needed to be coaxed back into the building with breadcrumbs. I put my palm against the door frame. The wood there had been touched enough to be smooth, not polished. Buildings like this don't get polished. Smooth by population? A knife scratch likely from bored winters arced along the grain. The words you see at heights like this are always the same. Names, dates, ideas of animals. This had those, but also a small sentence along the top of the frame, where no eye would go unless the hand took it there. "Do not call back." Small letters, careful, like somebody learning how to be sober. I did the thing people do with rope when they're nervous, flicked a piece into coils and made it behave because something had to. The twine on the shelf agreed to be wrapped and unwrapped in a ritual way for 2 minutes, until, under the sound of rain and stove and not stove, I heard a noise that made my skin change. Breathing that was not mine. Not animal, which is a statement too big to be useful in a place with this many living things. Human-shaped. The tiny hitch of a person holding their breath and trying to time the next so it will not sound like apology. "I don't want your place," I said, low, aiming not to startle whatever I was addressing. "I'll be out of here if you tell me now, and I won't touch anything." This is the kind of incorrect voice you use in bare situations. The wrong calm for the wrong animal. It was the voice I had. The breathing in. The rocks behind me held itself like a scared thing, and then stopped being a sound and became a need I was making up. Rain came through hard enough that the edge of the bare earth darkened like eyebrows drawn on. The smell of wet pine turned the air inside old, and the air outside young. The snare hung 2 loops. The second had a tiny square of bark caught in its twist, the exact color of the doorframe. A gift, or a joke, or a proof not for me. I took the ledger and the pencil and sat in the doorway where I could see both the clearing and the interior and the slope. I wrote, "Found by chance. Do not want to be trouble." Wire changed itself. "Are you out there?" Childish, I know. I am allowed to be this version of myself sometimes. The pencil felt like something that wanted to be what it was in my hand. It let me make letters that looked like someone else's well-behaved child's letters. Then it made a small movement on its own at the end of my question. A dot. Too heavy for a dot. I go back and forth with myself about this kind of event even when I am the only witness, even when the place refuses to acknowledge my internal argument. A while had passed. If you asked me in a different room, I'd say 20 minutes. Here, time got like twine. It stretched and remembered itself and sprang back and sat sulking when ignored. I made coffee the styrofoam cup way using my pocket stove, and it felt wrong and a relief. The lean-to watched me with the mild disapproval of a place built for other heat. The whistle from downslope came again, changed. It tried on a melody and failed. It made a human syllable without finishing one. I didn't whistle. My father had that 3-note call that meant dinner or I have a snake and want to show you or where are you if you are not where you said, and I think about that now and decide that remembering when you are alone counts as answering. So I push the thought out of the way. Do not call back. The sentence on the frame had a grammar I could live by. I walked the perimeter of the clearing like a person proving something to themselves. A circle, the surface under the duff compacted in places and soft in others. Someone could live under a rock outcropping and watch a person do exactly this and never reveal themselves. That sentence has always been true in the places I like to go, and I don't know why it felt like an accusation now. I made one more circle. The snare had become 3, and each looped itself with textbook patience. The hair caught in the first had married a second hair darker. That simple fact should not have felt as directed as it did. A deadfall across the clearing was bearded in old moss, and in that moss were small holes a person could love baby animal-wise. I crouched and put my hand to the side of one. Cold, no breath. The urge to reach in and pull something out and feel it scuffle against my skin went through my arm like an electricity I want to admit to and won't. I stood fast and nearly knocked my head on the slanted roof. My eyes watered with the dumb pain of it, and then the red drip of blood what it wanted to be in that moment did not come. And I felt grateful to be made ordinary again by a board. The ledger said another thing without me writing it. I didn't see it shift. The handwriting matched mine and didn't. Stay. It wrote. Not long. Weather. The last word got underlined twice as if by a teacher. The cloud had got heavier. The light went the exact gray that makes you think of winter regardless of what month you are in. The first pellets of something that started as rain and wanted to be ice thumped on the roof and slid. I made a small plan. I would stay until the weather changed back to neutral or closed its fist. I would mind my mouth. I would not touch what wasn't mine. I would not say my own name under my breath in case the building liked to collect them. I would not take the wire off the nail and string it out to show that I knew how to do a thing I shouldn't know. I would sit with my back where the rocks could see me and count the sounds like someone learning a language late. The second part of the plan happened as soon as I decided it. A sound from above, on the roof, the small hop of feet, then the long slide of claws. Mustelid, a marten or a thing like a marten. I felt 2 eyes at me through the seam between roof and wall, and it felt like being appraised by a jeweler. Then the weight went away, and the little jump off the far side made a pft in the wet duff. When I looked back, there was a 4th loop of wire on the nail. My face decided to do the wrong thing and smile at this because some part of me wanted to be delighted in something, at least once in this hour. The smile left when I realized the looped wire had been arranged with a small twist at the bottom, like the letter my first name starts with. Coincidence. Children write their names in steam on windows. Trappers make a tiny muscle with their hand and the loop remembers it. I went to the threshold. The clearing admitted it was becoming evening. The trees were hunching down and getting ready to pretend they'd been there all night. The ridge whispered about larger weather. I picked up a dead stick because that is what you do when you need a thing to point at other things with. The ground under the stick was 100 versions of brown. A track there, maybe? A scraped line there like someone dragged a foot in thinking. My own boot, my own leaden sense of important. The first knock on the stove came right then. A polite drumming inside the pipe, as if someone threw a handful of rain pebbles into the air and then regretted it and caught them again, but one got lost up the chimney. It could have been a squirrel. It could have been heat interacting with iron in a building that had not lived all afternoon in sun. It could have been a boy with a stick saying, "Hey," coming from the past or the slope. "Do not answer knocks," the woman in the tower had said through a box, and people leave instructions for each other because they know when they might fail. Do not... The pencil wrote again, and I had not even held it. I had put it on the shelf to deprive myself of the ritual of having something to hold when I could not hold sense. The pencil had other plans. Do not answer. The pencil had so much graphite it made the N fill in at the top and bottom like it was a block letter. I saw my own hand make the shape and hate it. I wasn't this person. I had been making versions of me all day that I barely recognized, and each one made another. The whistle got closer and farther at the same time. It tried to come from the left and then the right. It settled in front and turned the next sound into a mouth. "Oh," the sound said, a greeting from a man who has lived long enough not to be scorned for using a word nobody uses anymore. A friendly sound if you're in the street and there are other eyes and arms. An emptying sound if you're on a shoulder of mountain in a place with more trees than men. I did not say "ho back." I did not say anything. The words on the frame told me that much. The stove spoke its new sound to itself and then fell quiet. I could make out feet in the rain pellets on the pine needles. Not a deer, not a bear, a person. The rhythm delicate the way people who walked alone in the woods had learned. The snare wire caught a drop of wet and became a glittering thing instead of a joke. "Who are you?" I said. Because there comes a moment when a person realizes they are both out of their depth and exactly where they would be if they weren't trying to make a friend out of a building. The breath outside my voice held and released like a thing that had lungs. "Neighbor," said a voice that would be easy to love if you met it where love is easy. "In what sense?" I said. The ledger made a little scratch like it could feel the part of my mouth that smiled involuntarily and wanted to caution me. The ledger wasn't in charge. "You stuck? Weather's turning?" "Been here a time," he said, and I felt like he was talking about a different time altogether. Not hours, not days, a layer. He stopped the rain pelting by virtue of standing under the extended roof edge. His shape didn't cast the version of shadow you could measure, but I felt the void where light wasn't. "You need the stove?" I asked, because I would be the person who would share heat even if heat hadn't asked for me. "I would," he said, cheerful, and then added without malice, "Don't light it," which is really the same sentence in this story. "The pipe's funny," he said. "It pours smoke right down, makes them cough." "Which them?" I opened my mouth to ask. A peal of wind moved through the doorway and shut my mouth for me. The wire loops tapped the wood with a sound like a coin. The fourth loop hung, and the shape it made by accident looked like two eyes in the dark. I could feel the nose of fear pressing against the meat around my sternum. It wanted food. It wanted a story. It wanted a face to put to itself. His boots did not show under the edge. That is a sentence that has too many steps, and none of them are proof. I know. You look for ankles in places like this, and you get nothing, and then your brain tacks the word there, and that there is all you get. He shifted the weight of a person the way you do when one leg has had enough. The wet hit the edge of the roof again, and everything that needed to be wet decided to enjoy it. "My father came here," I said, not looking for a reply. "Yours and mine," he said, like a fact about trees. He liked being heard, and he liked hearing himself. I had known men whose first language is that. He said something else that might have been my name, and might have been a name the clearing had for me. It sat on my spine like a handful of snow. The ledger, which I had not moved, blew a page open. The new page had words on it that were not there when I set it down in the middle of the desk. The handwriting looked like my aunt's this time. Go only after, not before. Not before underlined twice. The page number had been torn out and written in pencil again along the bottom. On 17. The person who did that didn't know why they were doing it and did it anyway. What's after?" I said. And before the voice could explain, wind or no wind, or someone with small lungs under the floor made the snare loops jump minutely. The chew of wire like a person's mouth on their lip. 4 loops. Then 5. The 5th fell off the nail as if bored with the whole project and landed at my boot. The loop settled around my toe by accident. That happened. Nothing happens until you say it does, and then you have to live with it. I lifted my foot and shook the loop free, and the part of my body that could cry did a stupid small thing in the corners of my eyes that I ignored out of respect for the other parts doing harder work. I sat back against the doorframe, and the wood there had absorbed exactly a man's worth of this before, and would again. The voice outside tisked once like I'd missed a trick and fell quiet. The breathing in the back slope cave, if it was breathing, joined the rain and the trees as contributors. I am not a person who stays to prove a point. I am not a person who goes for the same reason. I am mostly a person who knows how to sit very still and wait for the weather to show its color in a place like this. The color came. It was that deepening that isn't about temperature but about attention. The rain stopped trying to be something else and admitted it was rain. The stovepipe warmed in a way that did not require fire. The marten came back and did not look in because it had seen the look it needed to see. The ledger stopped its small private performance. I trusted the thing that said not before. I told myself out loud, names unspoken that I would leave when I could see sky change again, not before anyone or anything else decided for me. The voice on the porch did an adult thing and accepted this, and I could love that in a different context. He whistled a half tune as if he needed to occupy the air while I occupied the inside. My skin recorded every second for a report. I guess my body thinks it will make one day. If it does, it will be in a book in a place like this, and somebody else will find it under a piece of canvas and get to be me, and that is both unremarkable and huge. While I sat, it occurred to me that I would know how to untwist that wire and hang it wrong and do a tiny bit of damage to a system that wasn't mine. The thought was a child squinting at a bug. I let it go. I held my hands out a little like a person whose palms have words on them someone else needs to read. The stove exhaled gently. The rain went around us and didn't ask to come inside. Maybe an hour. Maybe 4. The voice on the porch moved left and right along his foot length without walking. He did not ask me a single proper question. Neither did I. This is what counts for kindness in certain weather. The loops of wire did not increase in number while I watched. They did not become a small ladder or a net. They sat and did the work of reminding me that some things like to show you they can. At a time that could be called dusk by the lazy, the world turned its dimmer a quarter turn toward the idea of night, and the trees gave back less of the ground than they had. He knocked, then soft. 3, then 2. A rhythm so self-conscious and exact it became almost human again. The ledger hoped at me like a shared thought. This is how you tell your own people from the ones who learned you too quickly. Do not answer any other version. It was ridiculous and working and mine. I did not open. The air changed again, and the clearing made the small shrug that means the hour has passed. The sound of him shifted and grew thin. I waited until the color outside loosened its grip, until my eyes adjusted the last notch, and the inside of the lean-to became a mild black. Then the sound left. The breath in the back slope let itself be just air again, and the animal under the roof gave up its pretense at leaving and actually left. When I got up, my leg had been asleep from the knee down enough to be its own stranger. I stepped carefully because stepping is how you find the thing that will happen whether you want it or not. The loops on the nail, the 4 that were not 5, hung heavy now, damp. The hair in the first one had folded into itself. I took my pack and wore it like armor, because if you decide you are leaving and then put the pack down, you have to start over. At the edge of the clearing I stopped because my body decided. The ridge breathed. Not like lungs, but like a larger animal that doesn't know you are naming it. I listened for steps that were not mine, and for my name disguised as something else, and for the gentle wire of a snare singing a note it had no right to sing. I did not hear any of that. The ledger under my arm pressed my ribs and felt like a history exam I hadn't studied for and refused to take with me. I set it back on the shelf without reading the last page, because not reading is also a kind of trust. I took 3 steps into the trees and counted. At 10, I told myself I would stop and check the line I was making through duff for sense. I stopped at 9 because a landed bird flared out of a bush and my heart wrote its own count. The path down wasn't a path. It was the idea of one. The mirrors in the woods were all made of bark and green and not glass, and they let me see myself in an acceptable way. When I turned and looked back because my mother taught me to, the lean-to sat where it sits and did not wave and did not close its eyes before I did. I went. The ridge watched the way ridges do. The snare wire back behind me might have sung or might have stayed politely silent forever. I decided not to decide. The trail was the same mistake in the same spot, and I made it and loved it. A thrush said something optimistic about wet weather, even though the sky wanted to be cruel. I kept my mouth shut when the wind put a syllable into it that sounded like a question. When the path offered me the road and the road offered me noise again and signal bars like teeth, I did not look all the way back at the place under the shoulder of the fir because I wanted the story to choose me later, not now. Back at the truck, I touched the side of the bed to feel if things vibrate the way they did when I was 20 and had more appetite for being frightened and loving it. The metal was metal. I sat. My phone populated with other people's weather and jokes. A message from the friend with cats. Did you make it out? Sure. You good? I typed stove smell, whistle, wire. I didn't send it, and then I did. The little delivered icon was less satisfying than I wanted. At home, the house took me like it always does, in its tired mouth, and gave me water and a light, and the exact complaint my refrigerator makes after you ask it to be brave for you. I set my pack down and found that the wire loop that had slipped over my boot, or a wire loop that looked like it, had caught itself on one of the straps and made the strap interesting. I held it up. It was just wire. It remembered a shape. It made the exact sigh of breath the stove had made when I pushed a little water into its belly and made my mouth taste like pennies for a second. I put the loop on a hook in my kitchen because that is a decision that made sense to an older part of me, and because if it had followed me all this way, it was already here. In the night I will hear knocks that belong to heating pipes and someone else's door, and a city not as empty as people like to pretend, and my body will behave as if I am in a building with a stove and a ledger, and a man who says neighbor like a pact. If I hear a whistle, I will decide it is the kettle, or the kettle will be fake, and that will be a different problem. The next time I go off trail and find the square of a roof pretending not to be a face, I will stop and decide whether I came early or late and who that matters to. If I don't go back, that will be a kind of answer. And if I do, I'll make sure not to be the first to say hello. I will listen. The first step will be mine or not. That's what the rest of the night is for in my head. Waiting for the sound outside the door and letting someone else decide whether to knock 3 and 2 or not at all. The loading bay yawns like a mouth that forgot what it was for. Someone ripped the roll-up door off years ago. Half the corrugated sheet still clings to its track like a torn eyelid, and the rest hangs a few feet above my head, edges curled from a heat that isn't here now. I duck through to the smell of damp clay and something older, the kind of sour that lives in wet cardboard boxes. Grit crunches under my boots. It gets in my teeth. My breath fogs a little. Not enough to be dramatic, just enough to be kind to the idea of October, in a building that has forgotten the seasons and keeps its own. Inside is bigger than outside promised. High sawtooth windows run the length of the roof, or what's left of both. Half the glass is gone. The missing teeth make a different rhythm across the floor with light and shadow. Pigeons have been here and left their arguments on everything. The conveyor snaked away into the dim, belts sagging, a trapped river that decided to be a black ribbon. There are rails set in the concrete where kiln cars used to roll, 2 parallel scars that run past me and keep going. My voice tries a sound and brings it back to me polite, embarrassed by weight. I duck my head because this is how you enter a place like this. Apologetic and pretending you have a right anyway, and move along the edge of the floor under the office windows. There's a brick stamp still nailed to a post, the little metal die with letters raised in reverse. The clay would take the mark as it slid through, some name to tell the world which plant gave it shape. My fingers itch to press it into something. My palm comes away red without touching a thing. A time clock hangs beside the door to the locker room, the old gray punch kind that assumes hands will still lift things forever. The paper rack next to it is almost empty. Curled time cards turn in their little slots like dry leaves. Someone spray-painted a penis over the instruction sheet, and someone else circled the word "out" 3 times and made arrows to the bottom as if it mattered. I glance and look away and look back because something inside me insists the stupid things still carry meaning. The clock has an electricity to it I can feel in my teeth before I hear anything. A hum. I tell myself it is the residue of heat off the brick, that buzzing spaces make in their bones the aftertaste of mechanics. Then the minute hand gives a quarter jump, like a heart restarting under a shock, and the card gate shivers. Nobody touches anything. I am alone in the empty echo so completely I can name pigeons twice over and still have silence left. The clock punches. It punches like it remembers exactly what to do, and does it with the pleasure of a reflex. A metal lever inside brings the stamp down with a tidy sound. A card that was not in the slot slides out of the feed and spits into the little tray. My body does what bodies do when the wrong machine does the right thing in the wrong year. It both freezes and goes to fetch. I pick the card up, gentle like a person would with a baby bird or a secret. My last name is printed across the top in crisp black letters. Not the family name that is also somebody else's and scratched on cafeteria trays all over town. My name as I write it on forms when I care. No first name. Surname, a comma, then initials. My initials. Below that, the plant name, the line number, the day. The day is correct for today. The time is wrong. It is 15 minutes from now. Okay, I say, to air, to grit, to the metal that is showing off. The card is heavy in that way. Good paper is heavy. The ink sits on it like somebody expects me to carry it around for years and keep it clean. I run my thumb across the corners and leave half moons of dust. The locker room door is open, a sliver. I nudge it wider with 2 fingers because I have learned something about touching doors in other places. Rust on the hinges flakes the color of an old penny onto my knuckle. Inside the windows are little square panes of wired glass, most of them kicked out. The wire left behind like a line drawing of strength. Lockers with missing doors line the walls. Someone painted a mural on one bank cartoon bricks with faces. 3 of the faces have bullet holes. The bulletin board holds water-stained announcements. No sandals past Kiln Bay. Annual picnic canceled. A safety is everyone's business calendar still stuck on July 1998 has a gold star on the 2nd and nothing else. A pencil hanging on a string below the board ticks once against the wall. The faintest idea of a sound you'd expect to hear in a room with bodies and hear anyway in a room with none. There's a bench down the center with bolts sticking up where men, because the bench says men unscrewed the slats to burn them for heat or spite. Under the bench, a lone boot sits like someone will need it later. It has no mate. It's pointed toward the door, a detail that feels either significant or a note I make because I dread not making it. I stay on my feet. Sitting feels like committing. The card in my hand makes my name heavier than it is. I put it in my pocket like that solves something. The rails run beside the locker room and down past the line of kilns. Brick like this got fired in long tunnels or beehive rooms depending on when and who. This plant kept both. The beehive kilns sit like enormous brown loaves with little arched doors facing the hall, each door bricked up on the inside and smashed out decades ago. This hallway is stained black at shoulder height where things rubbed the same place long enough to change it forever. Every 10 feet, a small round hole peephole sits in the kiln wall, iron shutter hanging open in a way that makes every shadow look like an eye about to blink. I lean to look into one and pull back before my brain tells me to. Some parts of the self are quicker than others. The tunnel kilns start where the beehives end, low, long, dark mouths with rails running straight through. A sign above the first tunnel mouth is a white rectangle turned gray and reads, "Do not enter kiln until temperature has fallen below 100 μ1/2." Someone has written under it in Sharpie, "Unless you are a hero." Nobody filled in the rest of that joke. A pigeon flaps off a beam, and the sound is a hand in paper bags. Feathers drift, catch in light, go to dark. The air is billowed dust and the taste of old dryness. I stand where I can see 4 directions. I listen for the hollow drum of my name in a building voice. Something knocks far off, 3, then 2, patient, like wood telling wood about itself. There is an office at the corner of the bay with windows so filmy they make their own weather. I can see a desk through them and a chair. On the door, taped with yellowed tape, is a list of supervisors' numbers that starts with 5 for all of them, which dates it to exactly the last time this place believed in itself. The doorknob turns with a sound I can't not call a cough. The door sticks and then gives, dragging across grit until the grit makes a harmony with the scraping, and then they both stop. Inside, time did what it does in rooms left alone. It made piles of paper lean like hills being pulled by gravity we both thought was more fair than it is. The desk has the old monitor tan. There's a tray with suggestion cards in it. The suggestion on top reads, "Host a family day again. Last one was nice." Under that, adopt a brick. The spindles of the chair are grimed where hands came around to spin and wait. The filing cabinet's labels are a dictionary of everything you could care about in a place like this. Pay, period 12, injury log, incident reports, mateman log, roster. I open injury log because I have a body and it wants to know what might have happened to it if it wore a different life. Someone wrote carefully on a line, P. Ramos, 0614, laceration L index finger cutter wire. Under that, in the crowded script that happens when you learn to make the form hold more than it can, patient refused stitches, applied butterfly, left early. The injury book is not meant for telling stories. It does anyway. Under roster, the names are typed up to a point and then penciled in with errors. The last few pages are just a pad of nobody. I find my last name on a page from the 80s, an uncle I never met, and I think of him being this person. I think of my father walking me past this wall once with his hand on my shoulder to keep me from running, telling me, look with your mouth shut. There's a card rack beside the office door. This one is full. Thumb tabs jut with names written in various hands. I flip and find my own last name again, but it's not mine. It's the older version that belonged to my grandfather when he was a boy and lying on forms to be allowed to work the summers. The handwriting across the top of the cards changes over the years. Block curly block again. The bottom time punches eat the years. In, out, a pulse of human like a heart with a job. The factory whistle is gone. This neighborhood hasn't heard that sound since I was small. I hear it anyway. The phantom of it. The way you hear something and decide you imagined it because you like a certain static in your living. The machine of a building like this has more than one voice, or it learns to borrow yours. The time clock clicks again. It is not a clock kind of click. It is the special small sound of ink hitting card with purpose. I step back into the hall in time to see the lever drop. A second card cracks out into the tray. It has my last name. The time is for an hour from now. The bottom says lunch out. I am angry suddenly, stupidly, at a piece of paper because it pretends to control the part of me I keep trying to say is mine. This corridor was always cruel. The drying rooms run alongside. The doors are open. Slat racks still hold. A few dozen green bricks where no one got to them in time and they dried wrong, warping gently into boat shapes. God help the mason who found these mixed into his palette. Each drying room has a chalkboard at the end where some hand wrote numbers. The last chalk is a ghost, 24 HRR 1 Mall for don't forget Baylor 11 how. Under that someone made a tic-tac-toe board and left it unfinished. A move waiting for a man who went to pee in 1997 and never came back to that token war. I am not scared exactly. Scared is too simple for this. Everything in me that has learned how to make meaning on the fly is working, and that feels like dignity and also like standing at the edge of a roof. The rails shift under the thin cover of dust with a sound my teeth don't like. A breeze shoulders the high windows and does nothing below. A chain slaps somewhere, slow, like something has started to walk and didn't. There's a break room, and I go in because the idea of a couch and a table that once let men put forearms on it is the exact thing I need to see. The soda machine is open. Empty slots where 7-Up and Coke and an energy drink with a name that is trying too hard used to rattle. Under the machine is a nest. Someone collected foil gum wrappers and twisted them and then lost interest. The microwave door says door broke, THX. The table has a charm to it that makes me want to sit, put my elbows down, and tell nobody about the day. The bulletin board back here has things the front does not. Pictures of kids in Halloween costumes. 2 Polaroids paperclipped together, a party on the line, Santa hats on men with faces like the front of this building. On the back of one, a hand wrote, "Third shift holiday, needles in the tree were falling off by midnight," like it was funny and a kindness. Above the sink, a window looks out at the yard. The yard is wild wheat and a fox that has perfected the art of looking at you like you owe it rent. The fox passes and the place fails to change. There's a radio on the shelf, one of those small ones with a cracked antenna. I turn the dial with 2 fingers. Somewhere a sports talk host coughs. Somewhere a pastor warns about worldliness. Somewhere the screech of empty air. I turn it off because I can't do both building voices and broadcast. On the back wall of the break room, someone wrote a rule in marker. Do not go under the line when the cutter is running. Our bodies cannot be rebuilt. Someone added under it, your mom can. The marker bled. The words become either meaningless or the point of the world, depending. I put my hand on the door jamb like you do in an apartment you might rent. I leave a trace and feel like a thief. On the far wall of the main bay, up past where the tunnel kilns open like slow throats, there's a catwalk. The stairs up to it are steel and hold a film of powder that makes my boot remember slide. I take them anyway, because the higher you are in a place like this, the more the picture learns to be a map. Up there, the old control panel waits with its buttons, their shield caps yellowed, their legends rubbed to a small baldness. There's a lever taller than me that used to start or stop a whole town's worth of something. A handprint in the dust on the top of the panel is crisp in the way handprints shouldn't be if they were older than my body is. It has 4 fingers and thumb human size. It faces me with the palm open like a sign for wait. "Who's here?" comes out of my mouth before I can stuff it back in. I am not asking the pigeons. I am not asking the building. I am not asking my better self to stop this. I could pretend I am making a joke of courage and hear the lie of it. The echo puts my voice in my ear 30 feet to my left. My name is in that echo without being in it. At the end of the catwalk, a short door opens to the kiln car haulage machine room. The machine is a bright rust sculpture now. It used to winch the loads in and out of the tunnels with a chain. The chain still loops around the drum like a snake that decided permanent was fine. Graffiti on the wall, in the careful hand of someone who practiced letters in sheet metal. Do not ride. The second line smaller, rat died in here. The smell of iron is up close personal, a taste. From up here I can see the time clock again. Smaller now, a little square trying to be an idea. It clicks again. I don't know how a sound goes up to a person like a rope, but it does. The card in the tray this time is blank at the top. The letters print as I watch. Black shapes forming dead first, alive after. My last name? My initials. The time punches now. The bottom line this time reads, out. The time is 20 minutes ago. No, it is the time I will be here when I am not. I have my hands on the railing. The metal under my palms is cool. The world does a small wobble, like the way your brain shifts when you forget a word, and it slides by and you grab its sleeve just in time. The building breathes in exactly the way a building does not. I become aware of the regular tick of water dripping somewhere. It keeps time for something else. There's a foreman's office up here too, smaller, perched like a phone booth. The door is unlatched. Inside, everything is set for someone to make a decision. A clipboard lies on a stool. A stub pencil without an eraser sits on the clipboard like a tail. The top sheet of paper is a form with boxes, and someone filled the left ones with an X and left the right ones blank. Each unchecked box has a tiny dot beside it, like a person's finger hovered and didn't. Underneath is a map of the plant, a drawing that could be charming if it hadn't learned the shape of reality with too much attention. The parts are labeled extruder, cutter, dry, stack, fire. There's a red line drawn with a felt pen that starts at the gate and ends at my feet. It has a date written next to it that is today. I put my finger on the line because I am a cliché, and my fingertip comes away red. The felt pen ink is still wet. Something in the bottom of the room knocks. Not pipe, not chain, not pigeon. A good knock, a human knock. It is at once, far and exactly below me, under the catwalk on the main floor. 3, then 2. If I've learned anything in the last year, it's that the pattern means welcome or warning depending on who taught it to you first. I press my lips together and breathe out through my nose and hear myself. Stay put, a voice says. Not in the room and not without sarcasm. It comes over the plant PA, the speakers once mounted high in the corners and now mostly hanging by their own wires. They cough with possibility. The tone is that particular flat that makes bodies move anyway. The voice you use to tell a crowd to leave a venue, and they do because nothing about the tone suggests your problem is personal. Remain by your station. Do not descend. The voice does not say my name and still says my name. It takes me a second to place it. It's the PA from the grocery store they installed 3 years ago. The sweet woman who tells you about specials and to please bring your carts back. It is also my aunt's answering machine from 2005, that particular shape of a vowel. If you played it for me in a vacuum, I would not say so. It could be anybody. That is the point. The power is out. I watched the meter at the gate dead as a beetle when I rolled under the fence. The PA should be nothing but scrap. But there it is, eating sound. The rails in the hall below give a small squeal and a gentle roll, an inch, then a second inch. If a kiln car still held weight, that would be the exact noise. My mind offers this as an explanation. Rust shifts when rooms do. This is just metal getting comfortable. My body offers this as a counter. That was a wheel. On the chalkboard at the end of the closest drawing room, letters appear in the dust. I am far away and also right there watching it happen. It's a problem of distance I cannot solve with steps. The words draw themselves. A slow, clumsy hand. A hand that wants to be seen and cannot pick up the pace. Do not go down. The O in down is squared off like the person writing is used to stenciling numbers on crates. Under it, because this is how buildings and people like to mess with you, a smiley face. It's not the same comic smile as the calendar. It's tiny and mean and says I'm helping. Buildings that keep men alive learn humor from men, and that is a terrible curriculum. Okay, I say to no one, not trusting my voice on the catwalk to keep its oxygen. If I stay up here, the time clock will keep punching, and I will keep making a map in my head of how to get down that does not include whatever is knocking. If I go down, I will be doing something with my body, and the story will change, and I will have to carry that. The wire guard around the control panel holds a sticker with the plant name, the same name that's stamped into the wet brick. This place put itself into the things it made and sent them over the state and forgot itself first. A small spider has made a geometry a mathematician would applaud between the sticker and the lever. The spider is gone. The web holds a feather. It draws as the air moves and stops when the air stops. There is another time clock down the hall in the finishing bay, one of the digital kind they added when the union got tired of arguing about smudges. I can see it from here as a blue dot, then the blue goes black and then on again. It glows. It breathes. It doesn't belong in this place, and it is here anyway. I take 3 steps toward the stairs down because making a choice that keeps you from making choices is its own relief. My foot hits powder, slides a little, recovers. My hand goes to the rail because there is dignity in letting a thing help you. The rail chooses not to be awful. I take another step. The factory has a train spur behind. The loading bay is an opening a freight car can snug against while men, hands, and metal tongues push brick into the world. You can see the spur through the high windows if you know where to look. I look without meaning to. There is no train. There is a shape that might be one in the glass, the way reflections lie when you want them to tell the truth. The light hitches, the way day does when it thinks about being less day. I make the stairs in 9, count without wanting to count. On the last 4, I stop counting because I am listening, and I cannot do both because either would get me killed if I did not. The bottom is not a trap when I arrive. It is just floor. It takes me without ceremony. The time clock card tray holds 2 cards now. The third is still in the feed like a tongue stuck in a slot. I have the first in my pocket and consider, and then do not consider and take the second too. The third is hanging halfway like a test. It reads at the top, Visitor. Below that, in the name line, my last name again. The time-printed bottom is just a short black line. No numbers. The little notch for the colon is there with nothing to hold it together. I resist touching it because touching is a covenant. Want to see something? A male voice says into the PA, easy, coaxing. He doesn't ask me, he asks workers who stopped working to hear. He brings sugar to the mouth. Come to Bay 4, quick. The tone is not for me and is exactly for me. Bay 4 is where the beehive kilns are. It's where the light is a particular tone. Dirty gold that makes you think about heat and honey and other words that begin with H and are muscle memory for a town like this. I go because there is nothing else to do that doesn't feel like giving a different piece of myself away. The rails are friends under my boots for once. I follow them for the comfort of a line. The beehive kilns sit like requests. The first one has a name scratched above the little arched door, Bon, which could be a city or somebody's nickname if you got too tired to finish writing. The peephole breathes soot. Inside is a perfect dark that you can taste. I kneel to look at the floor because I have seen things under doors nobody has business looking under, and this pattern is older than me. The soot line is unbroken where it meets the concrete. Any track would say too much anyway. On the wall facing the kilns, someone hung a corkboard and forgot it, then remembered it with a pushpin in 1995. There are 4 pieces of paper on it. 3 are safety memos, a meeting notice, a warning about a faulty guard. One is a slip that was once white that has rust bled into it until it is dry blood colored and the edges are stiff. It is a time card pulled off the rack and pinned up by the bottom corner so the top droops out. My last name. The punches are for a week in May. On the outline for the last day, there's a stamp misaligned half on the card, half off. The time is the time my father collapsed in the kitchen when I was 14. I can tell myself the calculus of coincidence until the cows come back and it will not matter. I stand. I am stupid enough to say my name out loud because there comes a point in the evening where your body wants to get it over with. I say both names, first and last, the way you do when you are calling yourself home. The sound goes into brick and gets eaten. The PA clears its throat and says, "Clock out," in my aunt's voice. Then somebody's idea of a laugh drags across the speakers like a zipper. The rails sing behind me, metal on metal, and I turn too fast and bump my shoulder on kiln Bon. The peephole snorts soot at my sleeve like a line. Down the hall, a kiln car moves. It does not move enough to come out, and it does not stay where it was. It goes a foot and then stops and then goes 2 feet and stops. Something under the car squeals. Something in me does too, and I behave myself. "Remain by your station," the PA tries again. It says it like someone signed a page that made it so and left early for once in their life. The time clocks answer with clicks as if ordained. A light I haven't admitted was on flickers then recovers. It tastes like early evening now, the light. A bird gets itself caught in a triangular piece of the window and finds the way out in the exact last second before it would have hurt itself. The sound of its freedom is an apology and a dare. On the far wall of Bay 4, above the corkboard, there's a painted sign, All the factories had their big motto: discipline for bodies and poems too honest to be poems after a while. Ours here is small, just 3 words, painted in the kind of careful the maintenance guy brought to a task he did not think was his. Keep it moving. I take the sign serious. I take it exactly wrong. I stand still. The punch clock knocks again. It slams this time like a slap on a table. The card tray fills itself with a card, and this one drops to the floor because there is no room in its little slot for whatever story it brought. I pick it up in a way that will clearly get me killed someday. My last name. The bottom says lunch in. I laugh once. A sound so unlike me, I look behind me to see if someone else landed the joke. It is not funny. It is the way this place thinks it can move my body. Something touches my elbow. Not like a hand. Like a breeze decided I needed a reminder. I turn my head and see only dust working a puzzle with light. The hair on my arm chooses a side and stands. When the thing happens, it is not cinematic. Footsteps in the grit parallel mine for the length of a kiln. Careful, matching pace. The weight of another person right there if you closed your eyes and decided that was true. When I stop, they keep walking a beat, and then stop. When I turn, the frames of the kilns hold nothing but their rounds of soot and the memory of heat. I laugh again and surprise myself because I hate what the sound does to the space. In the locker room hall, the drinking fountain is off the wall. It has been off since a winter when every pipe in town decided it was tired of water. There is a line on the concrete under where it was, a shadow shape. A ring, then a second ring, 2 sets of the same circle. If I kneel, I can put my hand there for scale and tell a story about how long a machine stayed somewhere. If I stand, I can tell a story about how bodies subtract themselves. I choose neither for a second long enough to make faith into a thing I almost believe in. I do not go down. That idea lights itself up and then refuses to be satisfied by what counts as down in a 1-story factory. There is a basement under the offices, a fan room under the kilns where men once went to fix the heat when it misbehaved. The door off Bay 4 has a sign that says no entry without somebody's signature. The signature is indecipherable. The lock is present and has never been attached. I see the first step down, and it is concrete. And it is wearing its age in the good way. And it is a mouth. If I go down, I will be in someone's lungs. That is the sentence my body gives me. The chalkboard that told me not to go down has learned my attention, and it is waiting. I put the cards in my pocket like a person making promises they know they will break. I go back toward the loading bay and the outside, because the night is always enough of a horror that nobody has to decorate it with a factory you can talk to. My boots know where they are. The grit moves under my feet kindly like a thing that wants another story, and knows mine is too short to be interesting. The light through the sawtooth windows is low now. The pigeons have decided their places on the beams as if they own stock in roosting. The moment I step into the loading bay arch, the whole building takes a breath again. I am not being romantic. The air leaves and comes back, and when it returns it has a different taste, like the kiln exhaled a memory and it stuck to your teeth. The PA gives me one last gift in the same voice as before, a pleasant, practiced tone that belongs to a person in a polo working a weekend job. Thank you for your shift. Remember to clock out. I look at the time clock because the insult is charming, honestly, and I have too much affection for the idea that the world knows I keep schedules even when I refuse to. The cards in my pocket are a presence. The tray holds no new idea. The visitor card hangs in its slot with no numbers. I put my hand near it and it drops into the tray. It is warm. Outside, the daylight is what daylight always is when you stayed too long inside old brick and smelled too many dead summers. It is blunt. It has no patience for your romance. Across the yard, the old rail spur looks like it hasn't held a train since the town lost its last mayor to a scandal that was mostly boring. The fence still sags at the corner where I crawled under. The pile of broken pallets by the gate holds the same number of broken pallets because magic is petty and practical, and would never be that obvious. I take one step toward the gap in the fence, and then choose not to take another because choices are all I own. Behind me, the factory offers one single note, the kind of whistle you can put your mouth around and understand, the one that calls men in or sends them out, the one dogs in town slept under for 3 decades. The note holds for a second too long. Someone would have come out then, hands on belts, mouths made for jokes and cigarettes. No one comes now. The note dies as if embarrassed. I check the name on the time cards in my pocket because sometimes you have to re-see to make a seeing real. It is my last name in the shape I say it in my mouth to people I like. It is not a misspelling, not a cousin. The ink looks like it will still smear if I rub it. I do not rub it. A train goes somewhere else in the county. The sound is a soft animal, a long one. The urge to go back in and tell the building I heard it is ridiculous and present. I stand with my hands and decide their business. On the road out, the tires of the car put a sound where the factory had been keeping quiet. My phone vibrates itself into attention the way a bug does when it's caught between window and screen. A text comes through. You good? The number is a friend I owe 4 dinners and 3 explanations. I type, then hold the phone in the space above the keys. Found the old place, it said my name. I erase the last 3 words. I type, dust and pigeons, nothing left. I hit send because sometimes I want to be the kind of person who lies to those who will forgive me for it. At a red light a mile away, the cards in my pocket make a rectangle against my thigh that is either a comfort or a reprimand. I pull one out. It says my last name. The bottom has added a line that wasn't there when I took it. Return. It isn't a threat. It is ink. It sits there and asks a question it does not expect me to answer in the car with the turn signal ticking and somebody's radio in the next lane telling a story about traffic that is every story. The light changes. I go not down, not up. Home is a straight line and not. In the apartment that took me out of the weather, I rinse my hands and the water runs red for a second because clay hangs on to you whether you like to admit you've worked with your hands or not. The sound of the faucet shutting off is the sound of a time clock not punching. The radiator will make knocks in an hour when the building remembers the outside again. If the knock is 3, then 2. I will interpret it in a way that makes the night bearable. I will put the cards on the counter and not throw them away because that would be admitting I made any of this up and I am stubborn and I am not that version of me tonight. If I dream, I will be on the catwalk and I will know whether the handprint in the dust belongs to one palm or many. I will think about how buildings teach themselves the names they need you to answer to. I will think about how a place that stamped its identity into brick for 50 years would be insulted not to stamp mine into a paper square and tell me schedules. Perhaps in the morning the cards will have different times on them and I'll decide that counts as an answer. Perhaps they'll be blank. Perhaps I'll hear the noon whistle from nowhere and pretend someone cooked a lunch pail on a kiln and a piece of good bread burned a little and men complained because that was their religion. I do not know if it will want me to come back. I do not know if I will. The word on the card is not a command or a plea. It's a box you can check or leave empty. I put my palm over it and feel the paper warm to my skin like something alive or a trick I'm playing on myself to say I am not alone in an echo just because I put myself there. If the building needs me, it can say my name again. If it doesn't, I'll still hear it. That's how these nights go now, clocked in or not. I wait to see which of us will use the time better. The veranda runs the length of the south wing, a wooden jaw with its lips pursed screened once, long ago, when air was medicine and silence a treatment. The stair to it is poured concrete with rebar, showing like an old bone. Someone took the security fence down to 1 link's width and called that shuttered. Pigeons own the parapet. Ivy has opinions about the foundation. You can smell sap in the posts where the paint gave up first, and something under that like carbolic chased by wintergreen, as if the building put its own breath on every handrail and decided to keep it forever. I test the boards with the heel of my hand before I put weight on them. The whole line of the porch answers in a language I grew up surrounded by in other places. Houses with lungs, floors with spines. The building breathes. You can pretend it is weather in the walls, a long exhale through 100 cracks. You can pretend it's me and the way my blood sits too high in my neck when we get to places like this. Wheel marks in the dust stop at the railing and turn toward where I stand. Double tracks, clean, the width of a chair that was built for sun and not for comfort, back when a nap in the valley wind was always going to be superior to any pill. The marks stop exactly where the paint wears through to wood and the grain comes up like hair on cold arms. The turn is tidy. Whatever rolled here wanted to face me. Okay, I say, to the air that lives between the rail and my mouth, and it takes the word like a pill reluctantly and hides it under its tongue. This veranda was built for tuberculosis. The signs are everywhere, even if the sign that said sanitarium in metal letters is down to 2 bolts and enough S to fall when a crow leans. The south-facing length, the long, shallow pitch of the roof that keeps glare off eyes that cannot tolerate. Zinc counters once held cups of raw eggs beaten into milk, cod liver oil that turned into stories, sputum mugs with lids that pretended to give, privacy to fluids. Screened panels still hang on iron eyes along the outer edge, half furled and half caught. They bang a little when the breeze remembers them. Keys hang near the door in a rank no one needed after we learned penicillin. There's a box on the wall that looks like a bank of doorbells and is a call light panel for a ward I won't step into yet. Each little square is a faded color with a number. Some numbers have names under them and scrawl 100 hands have tried to clean off. There's a speaker grill above it with a brown stain below like the building drooled truth from that mouth. The boards take me in little test steps because the sound they make when I weight them has to be earned. I keep my boot on the line where varnish and dust negotiated a truce and let footprints speak. Someone painted slogans along the inside wall between doors. Rest is cure in a serif I can't buy now. Sun before noon. Fresh air always. Smaller script under rest is cure ads, except when it isn't. A nurse's handwriting with its sensible tail on the R. A dead fly lies like punctuation beneath always, wings lifted at one edge like it attempted to leave in the wrong dimension. Through the double-hung windows the ward is a gray wash. Beds with iron at the ends, space enough between to wheel a visiting sun into each. Each bed has a chart hook with nothing on it but a sensation. The blanket in one bed is turned down just so, like someone made it to show how making is done. The one beside it is still at attention, corners folded with hope. There's a nurse's station a few windows down with a platform of passed-out forms, and a Bell 500 telephone the color of nicotine waiting politely to be acknowledged. The first door from the veranda has a little placard above it. Day room. The glass is wired. The wire catches what light there is and puts lattice in my eye. Inside the day room, the paint is the color of mince in a dish your grandmother forgot she replaced. The room holds a piano with a keyboard exposed as if confession itself tuned it. There are wicker chairs with arms worn to the white meat. A table has a set of stained dominoes splayed in a long L, as if a last breath went into a slapping down and took the rest of the game with it. At the far end of the veranda, where it turns to face west and watch the alpine gloom, the boards are a different age. They were replaced sometime after 1952. I can smell it in the creosote they used, because the hospital procurement office got 2 pallets from a freight sale in that year, and they used it everywhere. The wheel marks go out there too, then stop, then point their tidy turn toward me again, as if the chair took a liking to faces and favored one direction always. A clipboard hangs behind glass in a little weatherproof box that shouldn't be there and is. Veranda rounds. The paper underneath is brittle and still holds penciled times, a list for a nurse with a hat that had enough starch to be morally instructive. 10 Tourion check covers, 11:30 milk, 1 rest, 2 hour rounds, 4 hour sun. Someone added at the bottom, softer, with the kind of pressure a hand uses when it talks to itself. Don't wake Mr. B at 2. He's counting. It will kill him if you make him start over. I stand where I can see both the interior and the rail, and the long run of boards that will announce anyone who gets enthusiastic about getting to me. The sentence makes me smile out of context, and then the smile leaves because the wheel marks are now not where they were. My brain does that thing it has been doing more often lately, sorting what could be a change into a thing I just didn't clock. The marks sit a foot closer to me than they did when I took the last step. Dust has a way of making decisions bordering on con artistry. There's a smell under the carbolic and old soap. Eucalyptus, maybe. Menthol. Something you rub under clothes to trick your lungs into believing it is easier to be a lung. A tiny glass bottle sits on the sill by the door. Brown glass with a chipped lip. Vapo rub sample size. A giveaway meant to win a hospital's forever. The inside of the lid is crystalline, silted over with what used to be and now is waiting for a finger to wake it. I do not put a finger in a dead jar of medicine no one I love asked me to open. The building breathes again, longer. Somewhere behind the walls, a pressure changes that would excite a mechanical engineer and make the rest of us feel watched. The screens on the outer edge lift, then drop in an echo of sound 10 feet apart, and then 10 feet again until it reaches me like a kid with a hand game. The wind through the louvers at the end of the hall gives me a single clear note, and then is all harmony. If this place had a page in a training manual, it would read, silence at 1, silence at 2, silence until 5. Someone taped a paper circle by the door to the ward once that said, rest hour in a typeface that believes in mothers. The circle has yellowed to the color of fudge. The tape fossilized in a way I wish relationships did or did not, depending on the day. I pick at the tape because this is the part of me that wants to deserve scolding. The tape holds onto the paint the way sick men hold onto their wives' wrists when they think they can hide pain by being charming. A little bell rings, not in air, but on the wall. The call panel squares, 1 and then 1-3 down, light and dim. A choked ting of a sound more interesting than a voice would be. I watch the squares because if something here gets to speak without a mouth, it should do it where I can file it into the right drawer in my head. The square labeled 12 goes bright for a blink I could make into an eyelid if I allowed it. There is nobody in 12. There was never a 12 in this wing. Somebody misnumbered one of the patient lamps, a hardware store error that lives in me now. My phone has no signal and has the kind of decency to tell me it has none in a harmless way. A little 0 that doesn't look like a mouth. It does what it does in all these places, the half vibrate of a notification caught in the air somewhere and thrown away. I pull it out to check the time like a person going through the motions of being a person, and the time doesn't matter in an hour like this. The first knock comes from below, travel center to ribs. 3, then 2, as if something is taking turns telling me in the wood. I freeze because that is my job here. The wind runs across my wrists and feels like breath from someone who is learning your pacing. I'm not going down, I say, then realize how ridiculous that is. There's hardly a down. There is one, though. At the east end, under the veranda stairs, a ramp leads to hydrotherapy. A sign shaped like a little arrow tells a story about a thermometer. Another sign underneath in permanent marker says to never touch the water in the blue tub, because that is for the bodies, not the mind. The ramp has a chain with a no-entry plaque that doesn't believe itself. The stone under the ramp holds a cool that belonged to Winter and managed to stay married. The wheel marks are closer. It would have moved while I was looking at letters that had been dead before my mother was born, and yet the dust rises in little puffs when the breeze blows itself into bravery, and the puffs suggest shifting weight. The double lines are tidy. Someone taught a boy to keep his wheels straight, and he listened. In this narrative, my brain goes for because the alternative is agency that doesn't belong to thumbs. There's a book at the nurse's station that looks like it can't decide if it is a ledger or a diary. It's open to a page with a date at the top that matches today. Fight me. The handwriting is a mix of people who learned curves and people who learned speed. 10:05 veranda patients settled. Blankets accounted for. 11:30 milk and eggs. Given to those who can keep, those who cannot. Notes made. 13. Guess rest hour. Silence observed. 14. Casino rounds. Visitor on veranda early. The last line is in pencil darker than the rest, pressed hard enough to leave a groove in the paper that picks up other dust. The parentheses are around the word visitor, like someone knew what they were doing with that category. Behind the desk, on a peg, a stethoscope hangs with dried rubber like black beef jerky. A thermometer tray holds 2 glass rods, one with a line like mercury never saw fit to move, the other bled all over its own inside like a letter somebody opened and left to cry. A small sign on the back wall reads, "Do not allow patients to count their breaths. It becomes habit." The E in breaths has been overwritten with a S and then turned back, and that correction makes me forgive so much. A sound comes from the day room I don't want to name a piano string humming on its own because a breath moved through it, or because a hand dragged a thought across it. I walk to the day room door because doing it is better than turning into a person who manages their entire life from behind a frog in their throat. The piano is wrong up close. Keys mouth soft with a green that doesn't belong in anything but libraries. I touch a non-broken key like a person who knows about electricity, and it gives me middle C like a business card. Wheel squeak. Not a noise like a bicycle. Not a grocery cart bump. The specific tiny wince of a wheel with one bit of grit in it, regretfully announcing itself every 40 inches. It comes closer, complains, and then stops politely the way a person does when they think their presence is gentleman enough. The wheel-marked double lines are now right at the pitch where the veranda boards meet the sill. The dust where the right wheel would have been has a new scuff as if someone corrected the trajectory to keep straight. A fine hair, possibly from a blanket, catches light in the left track, stares at me, and then gives up and lays down across both lines like a stitch pulling 2 edges together. "Hello?" I offer to the corridor of air between me and a thing I should not be talking to. I hate that I do. "Do you need?" is not correct grammar, and it is the only sentence my mouth owns here. My mouth catches my name before my throat can spit it into the space. I keep it, because names are the only currency I don't want to tip with tonight. The PA above the call panel wakes. It drizzles static first like somebody cleaning a comb. Then a voice comes through that is not the voice of a man or a woman, not the building manager, not my mother, not a doctor. It is that tone institutional speakers are tuned to, calm without concern. "Rest hour begins at 1, it says. It adds, after a long beat too filled with other intention, "Silence is treatment." The T in treatment clicks as if a tongue tapped the roof of a mouth that has metal in it. The speaker goes quiet as if embarrassed. Inside, on the ward side, a curtain lifts and falls and lifts again. Not the whole run of them. One at a bedside, tired of its own stillness. No window is open. The old latches are in the position I recognize as this will move and then you will bleed trying to help. The building takes another breath, and this one is shallow. My ribs pull in sympathy with a thing that is either in my head or very not. The chain on the ramp to hydrotherapy is warm when I touch it because the metal has been in sun enough to hold memory, not because of any other thing. I lift it because lifting doors is either invitation or refusal, and both have their uses. The ramp slope is gentle and tries to carry my foot down in a way that is not a physics problem, but a preference. I set my heel on the top step only and let logic go first. Hydrotherapy is down 2 hall lengths with a hash of signs pointing at it. Wall wash hose. Percussion room. Wardby solarium. It is the kind of tile down there that thinks it has been clean for its entire life, even while it grows its own damp vocabulary. I step off the ramp, and it is cooler the way places that took care of specific bodies are cooler prep rooms, certain corners, the space under a table where a child learned to hide and be quiet. The first door opens easy. The room is a rectangle and holds 2 tubs with blue enamel so clean that even in neglect it scolds. Names like Stryker and Victor stamped into the iron brackets make me think of men with mustaches and bad jokes about horses. One tub has a canvas over it with browned rings. The other holds water. "I see you," I say low. The water is not moving, and is moving. Tiny shivers along the surface keep time with a breathing I haven't owned since I stepped onto the boards. I reach for the chain that used to keep hands off the edge of the tubs and find it is gone. I step back until my calves find the bench that ran the length of the wall where people sat wrapped in towels and tried to be good. The ledger from upstairs is in my hand. It wasn't. Something in me tries out the word "we" in a sentence that makes that possible. The page is different. The last entry says 13 rest. Silence. $14 round. Visitor stayed. Good. Do not descend. The pencil letters hold that pressure again. A hand that used to know 16-hour shifts and a child's hands now. Beneath that, a new line I cannot watch being written because my eyes will pretend to see what my brain is doing anyway. Do not let him count with you. The him is wearing a first capital like a patient in a chart. I set the book down on the bench as if putting it away politely could stop its handwriting from wearing my name later. The PA coughs and offers a single word. Breathe. The voice runs the instruction twice, once in the pleasant doctor voice and once in that calm woman in my grocery store tone. It does not say my name. It says it like it comes around every day at 1, and the survivors make jokes about it, and one nurse rolls her eyes and presses her thumb into a knot between her own shoulder blades. The ramp chain at the top taps the handrail lightly the way an anxious person does to keep cadence. 3, then 2. I find my way back up, and my heart finds my ribs when the breath of the building shifts, the way men used to say the weather's changing because their knee did a certain twist. The veranda boards announce me, and not anyone else in that polite voice Wood uses for people it hasn't decided to be jealous of yet. The wheel marks have stopped moving toward. They sit in a new arrangement that makes my stomach feel suddenly warm and mean. The tracks now point not out, not to the rail, but in toward the door where I stand. Whoever came in later will see 2 perfect lines and imagine a turn. The double tracks cross my footprints. The hair trapped in the left line is gone, and my ankle feels a tickle it does not tell me about. The right track ends where a hand could rest on the sill of the day room door if a hand was interested in resting. A handprint is on the door frame. It is not definitively anything beyond dust and shape and a brain that always wants to see things that are hands. It comes to the height of a person who rolled and then braked and got out of their own chair. That sentence is what people tell each other in the hallway to get through things they did not plan for. The print falls away from the knuckles the way somebody left-handed leaves smudges. The fingers are longer than mine. The thumb is a decision. The call light panel glares one square at me now. The one that never had a 12. It is neither purple nor white. It holds a new color, the brown of an old bruise. It clicks off, and the sound it makes is the sound of a jar closed by a careful hand. "Mr. B?" I say, because if a chart had his initial in it, this is the time to make your mouth do something brave. I can't help you count. The veranda takes this sentence like a toy and flips it over and over until it stops giving what it could give. A sparrow lands on the screen and nearly kills itself misunderstanding transparency. It remembers whatever it does when a bird is twice lucky and leaves. On the console by the door, a pulse oximeter, an old finger clip thing that looks like a plastic crocodile, sits in a wooden dish. The display is dark. When I touch it, the screen skates up to life and then thinks better of making numerals. 2 little green bars lift and fall like the building having a nap and being watched. The device chooses a number that is not a number and shows it to me anyway. DS. The S looks like a 5 and a 2 had a child and someone taught it to hate math. I put the clip down and it bites the edge of the dish like a hungry thing. It's a habit now. The way my right hand checks the notch of the rail and the smoothness of the boards and the distance between settling and settling. The wheel marks are new again. I will stop saying that as if I'm baffled by my own eyes and admit to myself that either the dust likes to write stories or there is a chair that has a motion determined by something that isn't my jaw muscle. The double lines roll up to my toes and stop with that polite moment again. The way a person stops a foot away from someone they respect enough to not touch. "Do you want me to sit?" I ask, hating that my voice sounds like speaking to an animal that doesn't understand human things and therefore must be cajoled. I look at the chairs and all I see is wicker that knows how to hold a woman who was brave enough to stop pretending she didn't have spittle on her lip. The ledger writes again on the bench with a dozen other hands under mine. Sit is what the pencil offers. Do not lie down. Keep your feet on the boards. Do not teach him. The underlines are too many, and I want to be annoyed and cannot afford it. I sit in the place where the wheel marks would roll if they were pushing me with the part of their ghost that seems to prefer accuracy. The boards give my weight and keep it like a secret. The dayroom piano hums one note, and then normal sound takes back the space it owned. The PA gives me one more instruction I did not ask for. Remain where you are. Somewhere inside the radio of the air, a man coughs and tries to continue singing and cannot. A nurse's cap leans on a peg inside the ward. It is paper, not cloth far later than I want to romanticize, and has a crease where someone folded it wrong and pretended not to care. Next to it, a light blue sweater hangs on a hook by one sleeve. It is small. The yarn stretches into a tired smile and drops. A pin on the lapel says volunteer. The pin faces my head at the level of my head and feels like admonishment. If a building can manage the tint of a teak, this one wears it well. Dusk in a place like this isn't what my neighborhood does between trash pickup and the evening news. It is a slide out of a photograph. The trees beyond the rail lower their shoulders and let in less, which is a gift some days. The screens on the outer edge let a single moth in, then a second, like a minor chorus, then decide mercy is the thing they were built for and stop. The knock comes again, 3 then 2, lower now, as if the building has learned my bones and would like to call me by the split name of each. The call panel blinks an eye and sleeps. The ledger on the bench takes a last breath of pencil. Wait, watchers. Do not answer any knock that is not ours. The word ours would be an insult in someone else's mouth. In pencil, in a building. That taught me to listen to its rib cage. I let it be a comfort for the length of one more inhale. Shadow lines draw across the floor that should be the wheels and are not. I think about my father teaching me to swing across the baseboard heater so my feet wouldn't pick up the cold from the tile in the mornings, and how he did it twice with his hands under my arms, and then stood back and made me do it alone, because love can be responsible and awful. I keep my feet on the boards, because someone told me there's a story I don't want to be part of if they leave it. The wheel marks don't fade when the light does. Dust loves attention even in almost night. The double lines have a sheen to them that life eats in surfaces, but not in rooms that a day forgot. They meet the doorway and hold the doorway for me like a gentleman in a cheap fable. I put my fingers on the sill and feel the building breathing there too. Small as a mouse inside the biggest person you know. If I get up, I will break the spell or make the spell bigger or both. If I stay, this room will do what it has always done when nobody but night and air were visiting. It will make a ritual of something I don't understand and expect me to play along. I keep my hands flat on my thighs like a person waiting for a train they were told had been canceled and came anyway. The PA dies with the soft click of an off switch at an elbow that could be mine. I am not afraid of what I tell the building it is. I am afraid of what it might prefer to be when I am not speaking. The ledger is open to the last line of the day, a place for a signature. Someone signed this page in a hand that's been sick or 96 years old, and both are true. It is a last name I have seen on a stone in a cemetery up the hill, The first name is left blank with a kind of humility that would insult the dead. I do not pick up the pencil and make any of this belong to me. The air cools but does not admit you should put a sweater on. Out beyond the screens, the hillside holds the last light the way a hand holds breath under a ribcage in prayer. There will be crickets here in summer and other small kindnesses. Tonight, there's only a single bird who forgot to leave and is trying to be dignified about it on a limb where he pretends he does not see me. The wheelmark lines in front of me are more perfect than any story deserves, and the building breathes and tells me it will choose what kind of story this will be. I say goodnight under my breath because I have manners even when I don't want to. The second knock, too. The 3 first comes from the ramp. I let it pass through me and count to 10 to see if something else wants to match me. Nothing does. Sometimes silence is a perfect match. I stand in the kind of slow that does not trigger anything violent in the boards. The tracks witness my leaving like a gentleman who wants you to remember he can be polite. I step along the edge of the veranda and the path to the stairs makes its own decisions about my feet. The chain at the ramp breathes once more and settles. The call panel lights a square that is not a number and rests it. The dayroom piano hums a single note that is not the note I wanted and gets the one it deserves. The front steps take me back to ground where my boots understand me. The building keeps its breath and I keep mine and we do not share. When I turn at the bottom the way a mother would want me to. The wheel marks are where wheel marks are when stories need their last line. They stop at the rail and face where I stood. The dust keeps the shape of me in it, for as long as a person who loves me would want to believe I mattered here. The PA does not page me. The ledger is not mine. The ramp chain is warm because the day is. The screens lift and drop like someone laying a sheet over a chest that has already taken its last reasonable breath. Polite and precise, in a building that breathes because it learned long ago that breathing was a labor the living can forget they are doing if someone keeps beat. On the path down to where the chain link forgot to be, the little burrs catch my socks and pull like children. The light keeps being the kind of light that makes windows in your own place look suddenly kind when you see them again. I carry nothing but air on my hands, and one memory I will not tell anyone because it will sound like a lie, and then I will have to do what I did today, in a room with more light, and I'm not built for those performances. If I dream, there will be a hand on the sill, and I will not see whose wrist it is attached to, and I will count to 10, and then to 9 on purpose because I am contrary, and then to 11 because I am greedy. At my door, the radiator in my hallway knocks 3, and then 2, and I let it be a neighbor's pipes. I set my phone face down on the table, so if anyone with a voice I love accidentally becomes a PA and tells me to breathe, I can say I never heard it. If the knock at my window is moth and not a man, that will be enough. If it isn't, and if I get a whisper under my door, I will sit where the boards make me heavier in my own house, and not teach anyone to count with me. I will wait to see what comes to the rail and what faces me, and if the building I own breathes in the same slow as the one I left. If it does, I will learn that rhythm. If it doesn't, I will decide this was air doing what air does and not try to make it human. Either way, I will hear the wheels. Either way, the tracks will stop and turn, and I will live in that little curl of wood dust for as long as the night allows.